Black Series Edition LLC. Man, got a lot to do, man. A lot to do, a lot to do, a lot to do, a lot to do. Anyway, we're working on our freezer box for our PC setup. Work PC slash gaming PC under the desk needs a new overhaul, so I had to go in and basically order the case, power supply is here on the floor, and this is the tape I needed to turn the ice box that's going to be fitting on the side of the case into an ice dispenser. So yeah, got all that to do. So let's get this done so I can get that finished, and then I go from there. So I got a little bit of itis kicking in right now because I went and got some Dominican stewed chicken, and then went over and got some Italian garlic bread. And man, the two of them together, they were fantastic, but they made me tired on the way. But I'll bounce out of it. I just had some Boston baked beans a few minutes ago, so I'm good on that. I'm really happy with that PC, man. That fact that that PC didn't cost me anything to build. I mean, the only thing I really had to build the whole machine all over again because it would have been easier just to have the Dell motherboard there, but the Dell motherboard just wouldn't work right because the parts, every time we pull something out, the BIOS will go off and say, hey, look, you removed this, so you need to put it back in. And it has to come out. You can't use it. Can't use it with those parts. So we had to go get a whole new motherboard and rebuild the entire thing all over again. Only thing I can use is basically the CPU, which apparently it's going to be changed either way. So I was looking at the 2011s. I'm sorry, 2011s. I'm talking about the server board. We're looking at the 1650s. They're like 150 bucks, but the 1050s run perfect. And I'm running that at 60 frames per second on the Dying Light on that system right there. So again, like I said, don't really have to spend a lot of money for a PC. And that's kind of making me reevaluate how I'm going to be building this other PC. I mean, I'm still going to do the duals. I'm definitely going to do that. And I definitely want to do the duals when it comes to the liquid cooling system and all. I think for my graphic card, I really need to go all out on it. I was going to get a 1590, but I don't think I'm going to even need that thing now. To tell you the truth, honestly. Hold on, let me get this in here because I'm having a problem getting this piece of tape for it clipped to the box. I need to line it with the box. We need the box like it's actually made out of this metal. Sorry about that. I'm just trying to get this area in here connected so it connects better. I think it would work better if I just had everything in here. I'm trying to get the inside of that covered. And we got fake ice cubes coming in. Order the popsicles coming in. We got the white caulking, which is going to be needed because we have to do a two-step setup for the caulking and clear. So first we're going to make the sickles with the white caulking. And then after that, we basically reseal them with the clear. But before we reseal them with the clear, we put a high fluorescent glow in the dark to cover the white caulking first. And then once you cover the clear, what's going to happen is when the LED lights go off, the white's going to actually glow very high because it's going to give a nice little back set to it. And it's going to push right through that clear, give it a nice little double layer of ice. Yep, so pretty cool. So we got to repaint all the different, all the items in there so they all glow. Glow it up, man, glow it up. Yep. Sorry about that, I'm just trying to get inside of this case. It'd have been easier if I had the tape first, and it'd be easier for me to put it together. Instead of painting the box silver, I thought it'd be cool to use this instead. So yeah, you can play. I'm sitting there thinking about the arcade games on here. Like I'm just gonna play arcade games only, but yeah, you can play major games on here. That's no problem. One of the things I tested when I first heard tell me that you can turn these Dells into gaming systems, I ran Crysis off. I hit 60 frames per second, and they're on high settings, and everything ran with no problem. No problem whatsoever. So Counter-Strike, all that, you can run all that stuff. But I would advise, I mean, I had no problem with anything lagging and nothing dragging and ripping or tearing the seams or none of that. Everything ran perfectly on Dying Light. So you can get away with it, no problem. And I was just talking to a buddy of mine. He's a console gamer too also. And he was saying the same thing. He was saying that if they don't figure a way how to stop these scalpers, the future of console is dead. It's going to die. Definitely gonna die. And what I said at the end of the day about how they should make it so that you have to come to the store and pick it up, that'll kill that nonsense altogether. And then everybody will have a system. They don't do this nonsense. They don't make it so like the PS6 coming out. This system's already done. They're going to hit the system so many times. This is not the first time they're going to hit it. They're going to hit it every single time they get a stock in. They're going to get that system. Because look at the prices on eBay. It's freaking insane. Those prices are literally higher than the PS5 when they were doing the PS5. They're through the roof. And if they got a limited edition, which is the 30th anniversary version, they're going for like, well, I saw one for $35,000. $35,000. That's a small house. You can used to get a house back then for like 80,000, something like that. But now there you go, can't. But yeah, that's crazy expensive, man. And now they're getting so bold because now they can take them. They can just take them now. They don't really care. They can just take them. So now they're getting to a point where they're saying, hey, look, if you want to be guaranteed that you can get one of these, because we can make sure you don't get one at all, how about this? How about you pay me $10,000 just to guarantee I can get you one? Not have it, guarantee I can get you one. This is what it's come down to. So if you're dumb enough to spend 10 grand for a system that literally you could have built the most awesome supercomputer out of that, gee whiz. 30th anniversary. Do you have any idea how long a system has to be in circulation in order to become valuable? Not all Nintendo games are valuable. Certain ones are collectibles and valuables. Not all of them are, just because it's from that era. So, really doesn't make it. You have to have a system out for a while, like a couple of decades before it's considered to be something valuable. Waiting for your wine to age. So, yeah, that's just way too much money. Way too much money. I got PS1. It's not worth that much money at all, period. Systems that are rare and hard to get, like you got the Odyssey, fully intact. I mean, yeah, you get something, like I said, console, not so much, but if you have rare limited edition, rare games, like that one in cartridge they got from Nintendo that has the switches on it. You ever seen this thing before? So there's a Nintendo cartridge out there that literally has these little switch buttons on the top. And depending on what game you beat, these switches actually start to pop open, which means it gives you access to games that basically the people who are making them don't allow you to have access to, like, you know, hidden platform games, secret games, and stuff like that, stuff they're working on, the programmers working on. You have access to them. So if you find one of these interesting cartridges, they're worth $50,000. Starting point, $50,000. Or if you have any of the old NES games, not Super NES, just Nintendo, if you notice that there's going to be 4 screws or 5 screws on the back of your Nintendo game. And the reason with those 4 screws are 4 is because that's the Japanese version. So basically there's a converter chip in there. And if you put a converter chip, you can actually get access to all, you can pull it out and know how to use it. You get access to all the games that just never launched. At the end of the day, these are games that we're working on and just happen to be on this chip. Yep. And that chip's worth a lot of money. So you go to flea market and you see any Nintendo games up there, the first Nintendo, not the Super NES, and you notice you see 5 screws in the back of it, that's what those 5 screws are. They had to put a converter in it to make it an American game because the game was actually originally designed in Japan. Well, certain games are worth a lot of money. If the system was rare, it was short-lived, and a lot of them came out, they become rare. Because you're not going to see a lot of those in circulation. So yeah, other than that, you think the 30th edition is going to be worth money later on? No, it's only worth money now. It's not going to be worth money back later on. Once that thing basically depletes itself, it's just going to be like everything else. That's basically about it. And if someone's dumb enough to go out and spend $30,000 or $5,000 for a system that you literally could have built a PC that was far powerful than what you just purchased. Because the purpose is for gaming for it, right? Or you just want to have it on a shelf somewhere as a collector's edition, never play it. Keep in mind, I can't express this enough, but you'll spend $30,000 for something that'll end up being somebody else's when you pass off the earth. You're not taking it with you. Somebody else is going to get that, and they're probably going to beat the crap out of it, or probably sell it. And there's nothing you can do about it. Not a thing. So again, no. Spend your money more wisely. Now for people saying at the end of the day, then why just go with PC? Why just go with PC? Again, you're up there with PC. We literally had this conversation about being just almost as expensive as PC. Apparently now you're either selling them now. You are up there with PC. You are with the price of PC. And as I said before, with Sony, they don't care. Just as long as they make their money, that's what's going to happen. As long as they make their money, as long as they get their quota in and said, hey, we've sold more than this company right here, that's all that matters. They don't even have to put up a sale. Any special deals. All they do is launch and automatically all get bought. Who wouldn't want to go out like that in their company? Only problem is just not going in the hands of the people who they developed it for. That's the jacked up part about it. It's going to the scalpers. And like I said, there's a way to fix it. All they have to do is make sure you can't get them online anymore. You have to go in and show ID. They go pick your unit up. That's it. And that ends that. Now, is this kind of fiasco going to pop over any other stuff? Nah. I'll tell you why. Why, if they decide to do this to a 5090 RTX, big deal. There's a 3090, a 4090. Sorry. There's a 3060, 3070, 3080, 3090. 40, same thing as the same thing. 60, 70, 80, 90. There are just so many parts on PC. At the end of the day, I'm literally building two PCs that cost me only $300 or $400 somewhere in that price range. That's basically about it. There's like so many parts. But console, on the other hand, this is one of you. I mean by one. Except for this whole next gen thing, like rebuilt the console. That's an interesting theory right there. But I mean, as in, you can't for a console, you can't go out and buy. Only thing you have, you can swap up on anything is a hard drive. And your controllers and stuff. But as for the initial hardware, like the CPU and GPU and your RAM, you ain't changing any of that out, period, at all. You're stuck with that until they decide to come up with a new system to basically upgrade that. That's basically about it. So they know if they grab that, that's pretty much it for you. They do that with PC, we're like, please. Yeah, okay. I got 60, 70 different ways to build a system. So it's pointless. Because we have a lot of options. For console, man, if y'all don't get this under control, we're going to do this to your system every single time. We're going to do it. And if you think at the end of the day they're not going to do it to a PS6, oh yes, the heck they will. And I'll tell you why. I got a funny feeling that the PS5 was a test round to see how many they can get and how long they can get away with it. And they got away with it for a very long time because it took forever just to get a PS5. It took forever. You were way beyond, you're like a year or so past the launch date before one of those things popped up at an Amazon somewhere. So with that being said, if they can keep them hostage for that long, and they just hit that system just a couple weeks ago, and they were able to get that many, that fast, that quick, you know, they took everything, right? So it isn't like they went and took the system, they took all the extra controllers, they took everything. Now, when they do something like that, that means they're just doing it for the sake of just doing it because they got the power to do it. That's it. So the problem you got now, next after that, is the fact that every system that comes through, they're going to snatch it. Yep. And as you can see, Sony didn't do much to just stop it, did they? No. Because you know why? They're going to make their money. And the powers say, well, we sold more systems than you. They like to do that. And meanwhile, the real gamer, the real hardcore gamer, I say hardcore gamer, it doesn't make a difference. The real gamer at the end of the day, you guys are the ones that are going to suffer. That's what's going to happen. They're making their money. They don't care. That's what you have to understand. They're making their money. They don't care. They don't care about your pre-order. They don't care because they got somebody that's going to guarantee to come in and buy all their stuff up automatically, regardless or whatever. And they don't care if you're going to spend thousands of dollars for it. They don't care. If they did, they wouldn't have did that dumb nonsense of basically saying you got to sign it with an account. Oh, that did a lot of good right there. Now, the reason why I said I was done with console, because I'm tired of the nickel and diming nonsense. I mean, the fact that if you do get the system, you're still going to turn around and you're going to have, your games are going to look different. Like I said, it's a much better system, but technically your graphic card is 5 years old, but still pretty good. And then consider the fact also, too, that you are consider the fact that they make the systems too fast. You got so many of them, and then even worse, they've rebuilt a whole new system. So who's to say they don't do it again? Say you go out and you buy the PS6, you're able to get it if you're able to get one of these things, and they turn around and they build another system better than the PS6. Talking about this is the next gen when you've already purchased the next gen. Just a nickel and dime, you get more money out of you. So yeah, but this whole thing with the scalpers, this ain't going nowhere at all. I think they made that quite clear when they basically hit that anniversary edition. And yeah, they gouged on the PS5 too, because I remember how expensive those things were. So the best scenario, the best way to put it, because people get mad when I talk about this, but it's true. Come on, let's be true here. This stuff is happening right in front of you, and you're in denial. Like, oh, it's not really going to happen. And bam, it happens. Like, oh, well, it's not really going to happen. And bam, it happens again. Like, really? Same thing with the Xbox. No difference. They got hit too. On top of that, they got hit when their system launched. They hit anything that they know they're going to make money off of it. And then what happens? Your system goes through the roof. Do you know how much money your controller costs now? Your controller was pretty much worth about $50, $60, but now it's worth $119. And your stand was worth $30. I think that's like $80 now. The drive was worth $80. They went $119. Some went even more than that. Yeah. Agreed. Pretty much. I tell you, that PS6 launches, I'm not buying it. I'm going to sit there and I'm going to watch that fiasco go down. And mind you, at the end of the day, you still don't know if the systems are going to break or not. Because they haven't launched yet. They're not even available. They're pre-orders. No one has one in their hand yet. Those are just the pre-orders. That tells you how bad it's going to be. If they hit the pre-orders that hard, what do you think is going to happen when the actual system gets in? Round 2, fight. Pretty much what it's going to be. So it's a shame. It's messed up, but it is. No one's laughing at y'all. At the end of the day, we're not. Pete Susan would never laugh at y'all. I play both. Like I said, it's jacked up. But I'd like to have bought one. Yeah, I talked about buying one. But, you know, even with the nickel and diming stuff, I can get past that because I don't even use a freaking disk drive, to tell you the truth, quite frankly. Don't need it. And as for the stand, don't need that either because I leave mine flat all the time, so don't care about that either. So I'm good either way on that one. But the fact that can't get one if I want one, doesn't make a difference. Can't get one. And that's why I see right now, how it's going to be from now on. Until these big companies come in and go, okay, that's it. Can't get them online anymore. Going to have to walk into a store, going to show ID. That basically, at the end of the day, is your system. That's it. Imagine if you're selling a product and you're guaranteed to sell out, no matter what. They can make the crappiest system on the face of the planet and it will still sell out. Because you got somebody who's willing to buy your stuff no matter what. You think they're going to care about their customers after that? Or somebody's undecisive of what they want to get and maybe they'll get it, maybe they won't get it. Or somebody's going to come in and buy everything they got. Ugh. I would love to go back in time to where it used to be simple. It's nice and simple. You didn't worry about none of this at all. It was never would cross your mind, ever. Someone doing that. I mean, you have people coming in and buy two systems, of course. To buy one to open up and one to collect. But you would never, ever heard of this ever happening. So we're using some foil tape. Use this for insulation. As a matter of fact, I use it in the garage. This stuff is absolutely fantastic. We're doing here a couple months. And we're making a freezer box. We've got some nice frozen ice cubes in there. Yes, sirree. Yes, sirree. Who's up for some iced tea? Here we go. I am operating on nutmeg zero right now. Never doing it. Oh, actually, the meal is pretty good. It was pretty good though. I can't say I'm never doing it again because the meal is great. It just gave me the itis. Definitely gave me the itis. I do believe, well, some people were saying that the PS6 is going to be the same as the new one. No. It'll be much more expensive. Much more expensive. I don't know if it's the sticker shock that cures you. That's one thing. And then the other thing, basically, if you can't get one, that cures you too. So it's going to be interesting. When the 7th starts, and the 7th of November begins, how many people are going to be to get that system? And when they do get it, how many people are going to brick? So tonight we're going to happen. I love when people come in and get mad about, it's never going to brick. It's never going to brick. When have you ever heard of a PlayStation 5 bricking? I've heard of it all the time. I had friends of mine who had them and they bricked. Yeah, I had a couple of friends who had them and they bricked. Just like that. Gone. And you're sitting in the middle of the sat on your face like, and the worst thing about it is that when they continue to keep on bricking, that means that when you go take yours back, you're going to be last in line because there's no way you're going to be ahead of everybody else who basically came in there for a brick system. So I don't know. I think the future of gaming is about to die. Yep. As I said, I never heard of this before. Scalpers? Yep, never before. Go buy your game. Put your down payment on. Pick out the games that you want. Give you a nice big old receipt with all your stuff on it. And when the game launches, you go pick it up. That's it. That's how it used to work. Technology can be a good thing or technology can be a bad thing. In this case, it's bad. And there are some people that are discouraged. They don't want to build a PC. It's not hard. It isn't. It really isn't. It's so easy to do. It's not even funny how easy it is to do. Why do you fight it? Why? Just build one. See what it's like. No one's saying you got to give up console completely. See what it's like. Well, I thought I noticed it today. Anyway, I can always go back to my old systems and play. Told y'all, get a petition, get a bunch of people to sign it about basically selling those systems, not at the stores anymore. Maybe they'll listen. We have to boycott them or something. If that keeps up, you will never get your hands on a system ever. Any system that comes out, they're going to have it waiting for you and they're going to charge you so much money. Kind of jacked up for kids at the end of the day. It could have had that system, but they can't have it now. Somebody got greedy. Yeah. Somebody would have told me this crazy stuff back in the day when I was playing games. Like, man, you've lost your mind. So basically, this straight. These people come on and they buy up all the systems so nobody can have them? Nah, that's crazy. That's virtually impossible. I would deny that right from the door. Yeah, but you know. Oh, this is coming out quite nicely. Our freezer box, people. Our freezer box. We get our cold drinks. Cold drinks from here. Yep. It's going quite nicely. Alright, I think next, after we finish these up, I think I'm gonna start working on the Deep Six, because man, I'm gonna check that out and see if we can get that done. So we gotta pick up a submarine. Found a couple of cool places that have submarines I can use. Because we gotta bring submarine to life too. So this is gonna be a submersive PC we're gonna put together. We're also gonna do a cheap PC, like super cheap. I literally did one on adding it up. It's not a lot of money, honestly. So you get all the parts, put everything together, how to snap it together, put it together, no time at all, and you're done. That's it. I'm not saying give up console ever. No, if you like console, that's your thing. But at least try it, see if you like it or not. You never know. I do everything. I don't care. Apple's coming out with a system. I'm buying it. I'm not a big Apple fan. I don't own anything Apple in here at all. Period. At all. Period. No phones. No PCs. Nothing. But they're making a gaming system, so I'm curious. I want to get on the ground floor of this thing. I bought the PlayStation when it first launched. When it came out, I got Toshinden. I got a game called Jumpin' Jack Flash when it first came out. And I loved it. It's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. You want to know something really, really weird? I'll tell you something really, really freaking weird that'll blow your mind. I met an Xbox guy a long time ago, before Xbox ever even existed. There was a guy that came into a Dreamcast and Unreal tournament, and his gamer tag was Xbox. Now I don't know if it was by chance or whatever, or maybe it was by fluke or whatever, but yeah, his name was Xbox. And he was extremely good because he kicked my behind in the game twice. But anyway, yeah, his name was Xbox. And then later on, we had a system that comes out named Xbox. I'm thinking like, could that have been? Nah. Maybe some random guy just called himself Xbox. I don't know. So now we're getting our Xbox. Sorry, I'm far twisted words. We're getting our freezer box looking quite nicely. It's almost there. We almost got it there. And you can go down to the. This reminds me of the icebox that they have when you go to the hotel. Ew. Like Bates Motel. I was a big fan of Bates movies. I liked his movies. I'm not talking about the one they have at American Psycho. I thought that was dry and corny. It was just overworked. It was doing too much. I'm talking about Bates Motel, the original one. The black and white, the Alfred Hitchcock. That was amazing. But then they made a newer version of it, which also, too, was actually pretty good. It was a color version of it. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. I like that one. But I think the new make versions are horrible. I'm not a big fan of Christian Slater. Not a big fan of his work. I did actually listen to that video when he snapped on the set and he lost it. Yelling at people talking about, I make $1 million. Nah. And gee whiz, look at this guy at the end of the day. Someone needs to go broke. I'm not a big fan of Christian Slater. I think he jacked up Batman. Oh my goodness. I hated him in Batman so freaking much. It's not even funny how much I've hated him in Batman. I'm not a big fan of Batman. Wait, hold on for a minute. I gotta take it back. I was a big fan of Batman. Adam West. That's when I used to watch it. That's when I used to watch Batman. When I had Adam West, that's when I watched it. That's when Batman was freaking real. Not today. I don't like the Batman today. But anyway, yeah, so when he did Batman, yeah. And then you got Bane speaking out of a cereal bowl. I couldn't take it. I couldn't do it. I never even watched the ending of that. I just couldn't take it no more. One person speaking out of a cereal bowl. I thought I broke your back. I couldn't take it. I had to leave. I couldn't do it. It was poorly done. Poorly done. Bane. My goodness. What a freak. Really, that's not even how Bane is at the end of the day. All polite. Oh my goodness. I think I broke your back. I wish it just, in Hollywood, that they're going to do comics, just trying to stick close to the script as much as possible. I heard Joker wasn't that good. Joker 2, I heard that bombed and failed. I wonder why. It was horrible. But, you know, I'm watching anyway. You know why? Because someone's opinion might not be my opinion at the end of the day, so I'm curious to see what happens. So I'm going to watch it, see what it is, see if it's good. Sucks, but I think the original Joker was better. Sometimes you can't do a second. You can't do a second. You can't. Very few movies you can do a second sequence and it'll work. Aliens, on the other hand, yeah. The Space Marines was off the chain. If you ever saw that one, the Aliens. The first one, I didn't like the first one too much. I wasn't a big fan of it. Everybody was scared of aliens when it came out. Man, people were watching the alien bust through someone's chest cavity. People at the end of the day thought that was the most disgusting thing. I've seen much worse. But anyway, yeah, that was pretty. It was a little tense to it. I thought it was really tense and everything, but not like freaking Alien 2. Alien 2, they brought in the Space Marines, man, and they got it in. They got it in. Especially when the guy had that shotgun. He's like, "You want some of this? You want some of this? You want some of this?" Alien 3 had the dogs. That's where the Rottweiler got fused with an alien. They had the alien dogs. I couldn't get into Alien Resurrection. It just, for some reason, it just seemed so boring to me. They were trying too hard. I didn't like it at all. It's a bore fest. So I didn't really get into that one. When I liked 1 and 2, that was the best one. Terminator? I liked the Terminators. They were good. And then Christian Slater got into it and jacked it up. So now, no, it sucks. Didn't like it when he was in it at all, period. First one, second one, fantastic. What was the second one? The second one was with the guy who basically, who was the one that was a liquid. He could turn to liquid. That one was really good. That was really, really good. I like that one. It was pretty good. Sometimes the second one's pretty good. I think out of horror movies, you ever notice horror movies really don't get all that hype? So someone to bring out a horror movie, it doesn't get all that hype unless you're basically one of the cult classics. Like you're basically Freddy Krueger, you're basically Jason, or Michael Myers, which is very popular. Michael Myers is very, very popular because of Halloween. Everybody loves Michael Myers. And he's very, very popular. Jason also too. which I can never understand Jason either myself, because first things first, if you know a bunch of kids are being killed at a campground area, why did they keep going back? And it just happened last year. And they're sitting there joking about it. You know what happened here last year? A group of kids got murdered in this cabin. Last year. Yeah, by some crazy lunatic. And they're in the same cabin. And it just happened at, like, doesn't the town see this pattern going on? Like, I think we should just close that section down there. Like, the way too many people are dying and unsolved mysteries popping up. Maybe we need to close it down. Nope, they opened it up every year. Yeah. Jason's probably sitting up there thinking, whew, these people are stupid. Like, I come down here and I murder these people every freaking year. They just keep coming back. Yeah. Ain't like he's changing campsites or anything. He's in the same camp every single time. All that started because they call them camp guardians, what they call them though. We're actually making out as he drowns. We all know the story behind that one. He drowns. Michael Myers, man, I saw him, man, in the movies when he first came out, man. And the whole thing about Michael Myers is basically he was just a psychopath. That's all we're doing. He was just a downright freaking ruthless psychopath. And for some reason, something about Halloween. You ever watch? Now, I know I'll tell you a version they did that I really liked of the Michael Myers collection. And they go back when he was a kid. He was always a psychopath. He was never normal, ever. He was just like that from day one. So I like that when they did. When they went back and they showed him as a kid how he was. Guy had a freaking bunch of baby doll heads in a box under his freaking doll parts. So you know something was wrong with him. But his family never saw it at all. You know what I mean? They ignored it. But yeah, that guy was crazy as I don't know what. But anyway, yeah, he was just crazy. He was just something crazy. And he was basically obsessed with his family. And he couldn't figure out a way how to kill his sister, which, you know, that's when actually Jamie Lee Curtis and all that stuff like that. That's like Sweet Tooth. Was one of Sweet Tooth, I think it was. Yeah, it was Sweet Tooth. Sweet Tooth was a serial killer, and he killed his family, but he didn't get the girl, one of the girls he didn't kill. And he just became obsessed with this girl, and he decided to join the race. By the way, Calypso was the devil, if you don't know that. Jacked up a tree. But anyway, and he won the race to get his wish. And his wish was he wanted to be with the one person he couldn't kill. So he sent him there. It's kind of like the Jack the thing about Calypso. He's kind of like basically like a justifier, which I wouldn't call the devil a justifier. This is just in the story, right? A justifier, but also too, he was a sick individual. Like pretty much, he had these races where he just murdered people, and they basically murdered each other. And the winner who won the race could get their wish. But all his wishes were awful. Like they were absolutely awful. Like they would curse you, which that was his joke at the end of the day for them. And Sweet Tooth wanted to be with her. And when Sweet Tooth woke up, if you saw the last one, he was buried with her. So he basically his fate ended right there. And as he started screaming out to Calypso about how he felt, how he ripped him off, he said, "No, I didn't rip you off. You asked to be with her, and I sent you there." So he sent him to her grave. He said, well, after she went through all that nonsense with you, she went through deep depression, and she ended her life. And she was buried. And that's why I sent you. And that's where he went. Yeah, Sweet Tooth Sunday was not that good. But anyway, yeah, I stopped playing that because it was too dark, and I couldn't get into it anymore. It was just weird. I couldn't get into it. I stopped playing it. The first version on the PS1 was actually pretty good, It was just a bunch of cars that joined each other. And then the second one was pretty good too. But then when it got onto the PS3, it got kind of weird because they started putting these cinema modes in there, and it just got really, really graphic, really fast. And I was like, we're done. Took that game and ruined it for me. Another game that they banned on the PS, actually they tried to ban it, but it's still there. It was called Project Overkill. I have it. It's a game that they tried to ban. The reason why they try to ban the game because the bottom line is you're just these mercenary soldiers, and your job is to go in and wipe things out. So they got this base down here they want you to destroy everybody in it. And literally you go in there and you murder a bunch of people and you walk around and you can see the bloody footprints on the floor of your character walking around. They tried to ban that a couple of times. There was a game they did actually ban called Thrill Kill. So this is a bunch of psychopaths and they all get together and they just have these real fights and crazy murders and they kill each other and stuff like that. It was just really, really jacked up. But compared to today's games, it ain't nothing. But it was pretty jacked up at that time. And what happened was they pulled the plug on it. But somebody got a copy of the game and it ended up becoming a bootleg and it was all over the internet. And you basically know how to JTAG games and all that stuff. You can get your PS1 chipped and then you can just go in and basically play the bootleg, which I played it. I got a chance to play it. It was twisted. It was really twisted. But it was banned. They banned the game. I played a lot of banned games. I was curious to say exactly how bad they were. Postal was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. I played Postal already. I played it for PC. That was pretty bad. I never bought it to console. It was too violent. I played Hatred. Oh, gee whiz Louise. What the freak? Really? If you enjoyed Hatred, you're a psychopath. There's something wrong with you at the end of the day. Man, that game gave me depression. I had to freaking take it off my drive, man. Good gracious, it was awful, man. They said the game was banned in all 50 states. It was banned in a lot of places. And it never came to console because it was way, way, way too violent. They weren't joking on that one. And I'm thinking, like, I played Manhunt. How bad could this be? It was really bad. Really, really bad. Now it sits on Steam for like $4. No, $2. When I downloaded it again, oh heck no. This game, like I said, it gave me depression. I had depression for a week playing that game. Yep, I had to get rid of it. It was too violent. It was way too violent. So yep, never made it to console. It was only $20. When it came out, they charged you $20. That's it. That's all it costs. It was made by a company called Destructive Games. So yeah. It was awful. I think the only thing they didn't add into the game, which would have made it far worse, they didn't add any kids in there. Thank God they didn't do that. They didn't add any animals in there. Thank goodness. Other than that, it was awful. So basically, when people say, oh, how awful was it? Well, apparently you had freaking finishing moves that they would blow up. But you can actually see you executing people slowly, which was jacked up. Really pretty bad. And then the other one, it was that the AIs or whatever they had in there, the artificial intelligence, they literally would pray. Like they would pray. They would say the Lord's Prayer, their last rites that they were about to die. And they would really beg for their lives. I'm not talking about normal beg. I mean eerie freaking too real beg at the end of the day. Yeah. They would shelter each other, all kinds of stuff. It was just really, really, really jacked up. I'm like, oh, heck no, we can't be playing this. Oh, it's awful. Awful. So, no, I didn't like it. It's like a game that pretty much, I don't know why anybody would make a game like that. What was there's really no purpose behind it. I mean, I understand they said GTA was the same thing. No. GTA is not the same thing. Yeah, in GTA, yeah, you do kill people at random like you do. But there's cops that come after you in the military, and you don't last long in the game because you'll get slaughtered. And this one, it took a while for the cops to take you down. I mean, a lot. And you had heavy firepower that could literally wipe them out easy. You ever get a 5-star rating on GTA and try to escape it? It is almost virtually impossible. There is no place you can go on that map without getting shredded by something. If they don't get you in the air, they'll get you at sea. They'll get you at sea, they'll definitely kill you on land. So there's no place to go. In this place, yeah, you can dodge police. You can actually get around it. So GTA has missions. Not the same thing. In GTA, you got multiple missions on how to complete the game. And this game is designed for you to do one thing, and that's to kill people. That's it. That's all it's designed for. Literally, the whole thing's in black and white. It comes color when you kill people. That's when it comes in color. It's jacked up. Worst video game I can say I've ever played in my entire life. So yeah, I think it basically promotes mass shootings, and that's what it does. That's the most violent thing I've ever played in my life. And I played it just to see the experience on how bad this thing was, and it was awful. So to Destructive Games, Come on, seriously, don't make anything like that ever again. Like, seriously, do not make anything like that ever again. That was horrible. And no, they're not based in the United States. Yep. Sorry. So, yep, that craziness. Whew. Even put a skill tree in there. Near the skill tree, the physics in the game were too realistic. It was. And people can be killed by freaking easily from flying debris, explosions. They can be set on fire. They screamed and cried when they were set on fire. They even crawled. I mean, literally, they would get down and they would crawl. It's just messed up. I'm like, who the freak programs the game for this? No, I'm not with it. So Grand Theft Auto, no. Nowhere near close to that at the end of the day. But they were trying to compare it to GTA. Like, stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it. That's a good reason for Rockstar to take it to court and sue you for making us false accusations. So we got a refrigerator box design. I kind of like games at the end of the day that allow you to explore new worlds and figure things out, like Fable. I freaking fell in love with Fable. Fable was freaking the most amazing game I've ever played. Some people may beg to differ on that, but I think that's absolutely freaking amazing. That the seasons can change, and as the seasons start to change, things become available for you to explore, like the lake, which when you first play it, there's a lake there. But when you come back and the seasons change, the lake somehow dries up. Like down through time, the lake actually deteriorates and dries up, and there's a cave down there to explore. You're going to find all kinds of cool corridors and caves and all kinds of stuff to explore. I freaking fell in love with it. And depending on where you're at in the woods, you got attacked by bandits. It's amazing. I think the storyline for Fable 2 was beautiful. About the two girls, they can choose from the boys or the girls. I chose the girls. But how they were homeless, and how they had their abandoned little tiny shack that they lived in, which wasn't much, that they could see the castle, how glorious the castle was, and their dream was to live in that castle. Well, apparently, one of them has a gift, which she didn't know, a gift of these special powers. And the king was obsessed with having these powers that then they put immortality, become this, I don't know, something he wanted to be at the end of the day. And he had someone design this machine that could extract this power from these people, and he would get this power. Oh man, it was a beautiful story. And it was on a snowy, it was snowing that day, and they were huddled up trying to keep warm. And this carriage came up and picked up both of the girls and took them to the castle. And you're walking through this castle. Like, you're playing this. It's not story. You're actually playing this. So you're walking through this castle like, oh, we made it in the castle. We're actually in this castle. This guy's intentions were really bad. So long story short, he basically kills one of the girls. And the other one, he finds out that she has this power that he wanted. And somehow, long story short, she falls out a window and she falls to her death, but she doesn't die. Because she can't. She has some special immortality, some power that she has, and this light comes down to her and tells her what she is, and so forth. She wakes up in this farmhouse in this little area way far away from the castle. And now you're bent on revenge on finding this guy and taking his life. Yeah, it's pretty good. I loved it. Should download it again. I beat Fable 3 times. I unlocked everything on it. I was obsessed with it. I freaking loved it. Yep. And as you start and you leave this small farm, of course, you know you got junky gear. You know, you got a rusted sword. You know, you got worn out boots and all this stuff. And man, you hit them side missions. You concentrate on the side missions. Man, you come back with some unbelievable freaking armor. I had this weapon I found a stone called the Bloodstone. Very interesting place to find it. It's in a castle somewhere. And basically, once you obtain this, you have to have a little interesting conversation with a weirdo, I don't know what she was, but anyway, she was freaky. But anyway, you go to sleep in her bed and you wake up in a dream, and you're actually in this dream playing with the girl who wants to play with you. She is freaking weird. But anyway, after you get out of that nonsense, you find this blood. They take you to the bottom of the basement, and in the basement, you gotta search around and you find some jacked up stuff down there waiting for you. But in the end, you're going to find this thing called a bloodstone. So what the bloodstone is, you can attach stones into your sword to give you power. We all know this already, I'm just gonna repeat it anyway. So what the bloodstone would do is it would draw power from your enemies. So every time you would spill their blood, you would draw power, which means you had somewhat like immortality. So if you were fighting, you slice somebody with and they bled, you would basically gain power, and they would go weak. That's why the first things when I played that game the second time around, I went and hunted for the bloodstone, which I knew was that, got that. I had to do the creepy game with the creepy female, which I can't stand on that one. And then to get the most powerful gun that they have on there, as you're going through this whole this wooded area, you'll see a farmhouse. Go to the farmhouse. Over at the farmhouse, there's a woman who's being taunted by trolls. Kill all the trolls, and then you leave, and the family give the family a family rewards you with some money, and you go. Don't forget the farmhouse when you come back around next year. So next year you go back, the farmhouse looks different. It's all dark in that area. It looks kind of like it's haunted in the area. And as you walk in, you find a note that the family was already taken. They were killed by trolls, and that the husband was an expert in weapons. And he had a special weapon, a special shotgun, in the cellar. But the problem is the shotgun is locked in the cellar with one of the king trolls. And you got to go down there and kill it to get it. So once you kill him and you get that shotgun takes out everything. I mean, everything. I don't care what it is, it's going down with that shotgun. Yep. Now you got a most powerful shotgun. You got to work on the spells, which I'm not a big fan of spells. But basically, you got the bloodstone. So with that two combination together and some really sick, crazy armor, yeah, you can do whatever you want. Yep. Come across. Yeah, it's funny because you go through this really hard battle with the freaking pirates or bandits. But after you get that whole setup, man, you walk in there and slaughter all and walk out the other and like, okay, that's it. Let's keep on going. Then you find weird notes. Have you ever gone through the little caverns and stuff where the trolls are at? When you have to basically go in there to clean out those areas that are infested with trolls, and you find letters back there from people who chose to become trolls. And one person's talking about how they don't have to wear shoes or no clothes or nothing no more, and they don't need this, and they're completely free. And I'm a troll now, and they start laughing. Yeah. Changing the trolls. It's freaking crazy. I like Fable. I love it. And then after you get done buying, because you got to buy property, remember, you make your money by buying properties. You get paid for the rent. So the ending, you get the castle at the end, because that's the goal, is to get the castle. But the two sides of Fable is the fact that you can become evil or good. It's what you choose. So I did both. I became good, and basically what I did was to get the good points. I went in and I raised the rent through the freaking roof, like made a ton of money, and then I lowered it lower than it could possibly be because I already had enough money and everybody was happy over it. My good side went right up through the roof. Yeah. Then it was a trick, it was a glitch on the game. It's called a money glitch. So basically, when you rented out all that property, you made money. But if you went into the clock, into your Xbox system, and you set it up a couple of years ahead, like, maybe by 10 years ahead, you would actually make the money by 10 years by the time you come back in and play the game. That was an actual real glitch. So basically, the game went by the timing on your Xbox system. That's what it went by. It didn't play it in real hours, but it went by that timing system. So the trick was to go in and basically set the time like by 10 years up, and you would come back in, you would have the money by 10 years. Yeah, it's a money glitch. Yep. I was a millionaire or billionaire by then. And then you could gift people stuff. Like you can literally gift them gold. So people just got the account. They wouldn't have any gold yet, right? But I'd have a ton of gold. I got like $1 billion something in gold. I was like, what do you need? And they're like, why do you so and so and so? And I go through my collection. I go, okay, I'm not using these boots anymore. I got enchanted boots. You can have that. Got a couple enchanted swords, axes. You can have all that. You can literally gift stuff to your friends. So they can log into your game. You accept them to come in, and you can play in a team or co-op. You can play a co-op match. And if you don't have stuff, I can literally give you stuff from out of my inventory back to you. So whatever you need. So I was playing with some girl in there. She was like, well, I don't really have anything. I got this old stuff. I said, nah, I got to hook up because I had a whole bunch of stuff. Once you start having that much gold, you just start buying everything. And I bought literally as much stuff as I could because I was just hoarding stuff for the sake of it because I had all this money to do with it. So she came and she saw my inventory. She's like, good, crazy. I didn't even have all this because I don't need it. I got money. galore. So I was giving her this, giving her potions, giving her health, giving her everything she could possibly need. I was giving her high-end weapons, all kinds of stuff. And I said, you need money? Yeah, I gave her $1 million in gold. Yep. So you can hook your other friends up. I leave out of your account. Now, once they leave out of your account, they leave with the money. Everything intact. Go back to their account, they get everything. Save it. That's what I like about Fable, because you can help out people at the end of the day. Now, when I used to play Dungeon Defenders, because my level was through the roof, and I had all the expensive armor and everything, I would go in and you had to be at the level 50 and up. So the noobs that would be coming in, they can't go to certain levels because their armor is not high enough and they'll be killed in the match. What I would do is I would set up rooms that they could come in and they could grind, they could farm all day. All my weapons, my traps could kill everything just like that, easily. And all they had to do was just go in and collect whatever they needed. Now, of course, they couldn't use it at the time because you have to be that level in order to basically use that particular forms of weapons. But by being in the room with me in the area I'm at, on that level, their level system would jump dramatically high. They could be a level 50 in no time at all in there. They just keep leveling up and leveling up and leveling up and leveling up because they're in a really high ranking room. And they couldn't survive in that room without somebody of a high rank being there and basically setting up traps. So basically, they could just collect whatever they wanted. So that's what I did. I set up rooms for people to go in there. I put down farming for noobs. They come in, I was like, what you got? I said, well, these traps you got here. If you want to shoot some, destroy something, technically you don't, because the traps will kill everything, and you can collect whatever you want and level up. You'll be 50s by the time you leave out of that room. I like to hook people up. That's what I like to do. That's what I do. We're going to use some of this tape right here, but basically for covering all our stuff in the floor that we need to cover. So we get that floaty look, that little metal look to it. So this is what we got right here in our little talking conversation that we have. So right here, nice little book, right here, nice little freezer unit. We're going to put some ice cubes in there, right there. And we're going to put ice right across here. This is going to sit on the back of our PC, because on the back of the PC, we have to have some kind of design back there, something back there. All of them have it. All my PCs have some kind of strange design. Steampunk had this giant clock moving back and forth, all these pipes and gears, and this one's going to have a little refrigeration unit. Now we got to get some pipes, right? We need pipes next. So, what we have down here in the box, things of trinkets and things. These right here are toilet paper rolls. Using not toilet paper rolls, but you know, dispensers for the toilet paper. There and there. And yes, I got the power supply there. I'm so happy. At one point, I think I had a 6V attached. I was like, oh no, but it did. We got a power supply. Sorry about that. I burped in the middle of trying to talk to you. I do apologize. We got a power supply for $25. So we're going to build a cheap PC for real cheap. Not this one. We're going to build something else really cheap. We're going to do it all for our budget has to be around $350. Sorry, $450. We probably can do it less for that. So we're going to do an i5 processor, which is enough. We're going to do a 1650 graphic card. DDR5 at 4 gigs. We're going to do a power supply at around 450 because we don't need much on the power supply. And RAM at 16 gigs. And M2 solid state drive for around 2 terabytes. Yep. And a nice PC case, a beautiful PC case. I spent $60 for the PC case. So we're going to get a nice little hookup, nice setup. Show you how you can game off it, download your games, all your good stuff. It's going to be real cheap to do. And get beautiful graphics off it. Mind you, we're getting the graphics at 60 frames per second on, I forgot the game again. My goodness. What's the game we were just playing? Yeah, really? Who was just on this game? Dying Light. We're on Dying Light at 60 frames per second. And you see how beautiful the graphics came out. No lag or none of that. We're doing pretty good. No stuttering or ripping, none of that stuff like that. None of that crap going on. We're really good with it. Really good with it if you are. You can do that for cheap. Now, especially if you're not happy and you want something a little bit more power, you get the 1660. That's a good one too. Grab that one. But still, going to be able to play quite nicely. Console gamers are like, how dare you? How dare you talk to me about PC? How dare you? Well, how dare you deny PC? Mind you, your video games were made off of PC. So the very games that you play right now on your console system were made on a PC. They don't take console systems to make games. So, again, how dare you? How dare you? Anyway, we're all gamers at the end of the day, so calm down. Now, I say all console gamers do that? No. Because certain ones are too fanboy with it. Relax. We are all gamers at the end of the day. And you don't want to band together and say we're all gamers, yeah? Let the law let a law kick in and say that, hey, they're going to ban all video games because they consider them to be too violent. See how many of you all band together as one team to keep that from happening. You'll all be showing up in Washington, D.C. It'll be PC gamers, console gamers, retro gamers, it'll be everybody up there. All with one agenda to stop them from basically banning gaming altogether. Which they have tried multiple times, by the way. They try to ban gaming. Which they shouldn't. It's therapeutic at the end of the day. All bad gaming is not violent. Oh man, I couldn't tell you how many freaking... Who was it? I knew at the end of the day it was like that. Oh, one of my exes. She was like that. She thought that video games were violent. Some played Sonic. Like he literally played Sonic. How was Sonic violent? At the end of the day, if that was the case, half the cartoons I watched when I was a kid was violent. You had Bugs Bunny, Tom and Jerry. Heck, I remember the Hawaiian Punch commercial where the guy was like, how about a Hawaiian Punch? Sure, he would punch this guy dead in the face. So again, oh, by the way, they banned that commercial because of that particular thing. But yeah, his whole job was basically punching this guy in the face because every time he asked for a Hawaiian Punch. Yeah, Kool-Aid guy crashing through walls, which I don't think that was violent at all, period, but they deemed it as violent. And on Bugs Bunny, what didn't they do to each other at the end of the day? I mean, blew each other up, freaking shot each other, everything you could possibly think of, they done it. Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner, gee whiz Louise, my goodness, yeah. But at the time, it wasn't considered to be violent. It was just two guys jacking each other up. Tom and Jerry, another perfect example of two people jacking each other up. Three Stooges. Come on, man, I've watched everything on Three Stooges and being hit with ball bearings and freaking Advils and all that stuff they hit on, man. Nail guns, everything. Yeah. So I love when people say that they say games are violent, but they're from that era of all that craziness. If you really want to get technical about it, really technical about it, let's talk about the Tom and Jerry with the black maid that says, smell something cooking, back to the kitchen. How racist can I get at the end of the day? Or basically, in Hollywood, there were no Indians playing Indians. There were white people looking like Indians, like Jackie Chan. That was another racist one that came out, because again, he wasn't even Chinese. Yeah, there you go. But they want to ridicule our video games as being violent. Okay, let's take a blast back in your past and see what went on in your world. There wasn't all peaches and cream either. Yeah. So that was that. Everybody has something, but our video games are not violent. They're really not. Well, okay, I can't say that for all. Some of the video games are really, really violent. But no more than the cartoons we watched. We watched some jacked up cartoons coming up. But yeah, the Hawaiian Punch guy, they banned him. He definitely banned that. I thought it was violent, but every time this guy asked for a Hawaiian Punch, this guy would punch him in the face. We thought it was funny. There were some cartoons, I don't know how they passed and they got on. They had some pretty jacked up ones on that came on. Some pretty messed up ones. And then you had, I like when the older ones are saying, well, y'all games are violent. Really? I remember there were commercials about the Flintstones smoking cigarettes. Yeah. Did we forget about that one? Oh yeah, there's commercials. The Flintstones doing cigarettes. Yeah, there were candy cigarettes when I was a kid. Yep, me and my friends were out there smoking candy cigarettes. I had Winston's, they had Camels, they had Newports. I don't think Newports. And I think they had the old school ones, the Winston's, the Camels, and something else that they have. Can't think of it. But I remember the candy cigarettes, and they had the bubblegum cigars. And we'd be out there. I'm about to have a rough day at school. I need to smoke. And you pull out the pack. It came in like a regular, like a cigarette box, just like that. And you basically light it, not light it up, but you fake light it up and take your smoke. They thought it was cute. It wasn't funny. And nowadays, it's a bad thing. So as I said, people who basically make that, then they pick and choose your battles. We're making our pipes right now, hooking up our pipes. I like when people say, well, now it's coming up, there's holes in it. Yeah, right. There's nothing close about that, or you gotta be kidding me. Or when people say, oh man, the 50s, the good old days, well, what color were you at the end of the day? Because the 50s for my race wasn't exactly peaches and cream. So again, yeah, everybody's era was jacked up. So yeah, mind you, we have video games now, right? But back then they played Cowboys and Indians. You have any idea what Cowboys and Indians and what went on with Cowboys and Indians? Oh yeah. So there you go. So again, for anyone who gets offended by that, but it's true, it happened. Kids play Cowboy and Indians. They literally had, you can buy a freaking, you can buy a tomahawk, and you can go out and buy freaking hit dress wear, and you could buy handguns and stuff, and they would basically play Cowboys and Indians. And the whole term of that was basically to shoot and kill the Indian, and basically the Indians for them was to scalp them. But the difference was there were white kids that were doing this. But no one looked at that as being a bad thing. Even that TV shows of Cowboys and Indians. Heck, I've watched freaking Rifleman. Well, Rifleman is a little bit different, but they had Rifleman. They had freaking John Wayne played in a lot of these movies. They had freaking Yul Brynner, The Magnificent Seven. They had freaking Fistful of Dollars. Yeah, they were violent movies, and people shot and killed each other every day in westerns. The westerns were violent. But they want to pick on video games at the end of the day. The westerns were violent. Guy walks into a bar and kills a whole bunch of people. Kills about 4 or 5 people. And then if they threaten to hang him, he's probably got 7 brothers that are exactly like him, which would make it far worse, which I found kind of interesting about westerns. And I love westerns. I'd be watching. I like westerns. But I find it interesting that back in that day, you only had one sheriff for the entire town. Yeah, those small towns that were popping up. It ain't like having a city where you got 40, 50,000 cops and military that could pop up. You don't have that. You have a small town. And imagine if you're a freaking excellent gunfighter, extremely good, you could run the whole town. You can either be the good guy and you can defend the town from other people to come into the town if you're really that good, or you can literally run the whole town. And then if you had brothers and they were all like you were extremely lethal and dangerous. You could pretty much do whatever you wanted. I think that's probably the reason I had so many outlaws back then. But yeah. Who's going to stop you? And nobody in that town's going to pick up a gun towards you. They're terrified. Imagine that. Do that today, well, everybody carries them, and chances are they're definitely not going to miss. So, yeah. But back then, a lot of people didn't have carry. A lot of people weren't gunfighters. So if you were a gunfighter, you can literally run an entire town. But you got to remember, if you're that good, word's going to get out, and other fighters that are good too are going to come to challenge you, because to be to take you down and make them look real good. So you kind of put a mark on your head. It's kind of like what's it like? It's like Afro Samurai in the #1 headband. You know what I mean? There's a movie that comes on. I don't know if it's still on there, but it's on Netflix. About the singing cowboy who wears all white. But he's actually a bad guy, but he wears all white. And he's fast. He's super, super fast. Like there's no one that can take him. But it gets out all over. There's a guy over down there. He's just super extremely fast, and they call him the Singing Cowboy. He wears all white, but he's a bad guy. I thought that was the most amazing. It's Netflix. There's a bunch of little stories in there, but that was the most one that actually stood out the most. So this guy is like this super fast gunman, and he knows he's good. He cracks jokes and laughs. He kind of reminds me of an Ernest Scared Stupid. He has that kind of attitude, but he's like, well, he's really good. So anyway, he walks into, and I think he has luck. Like luck is actually on his side. So basically, he comes into a little dump of a dive where these guys are in there drinking, and they're all outlaws in there. And he comes to wearing all white. And the guy was like, we can't serve you. And the guy's like, well, you can't serve me. He said, because you're wearing all white. You're a good guy. At the end of the day, we know you're a good guy. We don't want you in here at all, period. You got to go. So he starts an argument with one of the bigger, one of the bandits. He starts an argument with him. And as the guy says, makes a comment, he says, well, I'll shoot you dead. Before he gets to shoot him dead, he put a bullet right through his head and killed him that quick. So he killed that bad guy that quick and then killed everybody in the bar, including the bartender. Last guy walking out, he shot him in the head as he's walking out. He didn't even look at him. He just pulled the gun. He knew it was there. He killed him. He walked right out. So he was that type of villain. But he was wearing all white like he was actually a good guy, but he's actually a bad guy. So anyway, he finds the other town. And he goes in there to get something to drink. But they're not allowed to have guns in there. So he takes his guns off. He gives them to the guy. And he goes to sit down. And he's having this conversation with the guy. And he's having a card game. And we sit down and play some cards with these guys. And they cheat him. And the guy said, well, you're going to pay me. You're going to take the hand. The guy he kills the guy. And he said, you're going to take his hand. The guy said, I don't want his hand. I want a fresh hand. He said, no, you're going to take his hand. So the guy stands up, starts to threaten him. So the guy took his foot as the guy pulled out the gun and hit the table. And the table went up and hit the gun. And the gun shot the guy in the head. He did that 8 times to him. So like I said, it's extremely lucky. And he was an amazing shot. So this guy comes in. Eventually, this guy killed his brother. He wants revenge. So the guy was like, okay, no problem. Everybody needs a show. Let's have a show. Gets out there, pulls out a mirror, turns around, because his back to the guy. You want? You can shoot me in the back if you want. You know what I mean? But it's up to you. And he turns his back to the guy, pulls out a mirror, and he starts calculating, like, it's very easy to shoot someone in the head. It doesn't take much, as he's talking to the camera. And he takes the gun, puts it over his shoulder, and he shot the guy clean in his head, took him out. So this guy seems to be unstoppable. Until somebody popped up. So a guy came up in all black, and he's singing on a harmonica, and he's talking about his death, how this guy's going to die. And the guy's sitting there, and he noticed the guy. He turned around, he had a scent, and he turned around and looked at him. He noticed this guy was looking at him like, this guy's different. He's not like all the rest of them. But he's still going to take him. He thinks he can take him. So the guy comes up, and he tells him why he's there. Heard you was the fastest gun, and I'm here to take your title. And the guy was like, well, whatever you got to do, whatever you got to do. So he gets at the end. He reaches for his gun. And the guy said, let me know when you're ready. And the guy said, I'm ready. Killed him that quick. The guy in all black killed him that quick. And he shot the guy so fast, he didn't realize he was dead. And as he looked up, he took his hat down. He looked at his hat. There was a bullet hole through his hat. There was blood on it. And he realized he was shot already. He goes, well, can't live forever. And he collapses to the ground. And as the guy starts to get on, the black guy in all black who killed him gets on his horse and starts to sing his song, you can see the guy's body, his angel, come out of his body, and you see him float away into the sky. Like he floats away. But it's crazy how as the guy's walking away, you can still see in the distance his body floating away, disappearing into the clouds. And the guy's playing the guitar, and he's going to heaven, which that's not going to happen, but you know what I'm talking about. But it's interesting. It was actually really good. It's on Netflix. I'm going to hold on for a minute. We didn't get the mics on this baby. We gotta swap out. I want to show you these movies you can watch. It's free. You can watch on Netflix and check it out. It's pretty cool. I found it by accident. Matter of fact, no. I found it on Facebook. Somebody actually put a clip up, and I went to go check it out. And yeah, that's how I found Fallout. The freezer box is getting there. Hopefully, I get some ice for it and chill down. Yeah, I don't know. Hook up on here. On this section over here first. We got disconnect over here. We got wires everywhere. Wires everywhere. They're here. They're there. They're everywhere. All right. Let's get this back. Let me go ahead and get this PC built. So I don't have to go do this anymore. Keep going here. From the cables underneath there. Probably have this machine built and done. This anymore. Okay. So I have to reach down there and get that part and bring it over. Thank God I won't be going through this anymore. Alright, so I gotta go through this one. I hear you, hard drive. So they got my operating system, they want to change you out too. Get you hooked up to something. Definitely next. Definitely next. Definitely. Pick up operating system. It should be right there. Oh man, where the other is? Oh, you're on the wrong side. Oh. I cannot wait to get this done. I have no idea how badly I'm gonna get this finished and done. I mean, the freaking gaming PC over here. We gotta buy a RetroPie. We gotta hook that thing up into it. That's gonna be interesting and fun at the same time. Hooking a RetroPie up into the system. Yep, I hear you 100%, Donna Cleaver. Oh, by the way, so I went over to Rite Aid. There's a guy over there. There are all some gamers over there. I know over at Rite Aid. I showed them about the stuff for him. But anyway, he's building his PC. He's doing a PC build. He's asking me some questions about some parts and stuff that he wants to order for his setup. So it's his first build. So I'm helping him out with it. And I show him the screens that you can put inside, projection screens that you can put inside your PC. He's ordering one. He's getting one. We can't wait to set it up. It's not going to be hard to do. It's very easy. Like I said, you can use one of them generic projectors. It's a small unit, that's all. To project. I'm going to do some pretty cool stuff off mine, so that's what we're building this for. Because it's going to have one of the screens in it. And it's going to use it to actually advertise our new screens for your PC setup. We can't wait to get his. So I told him as soon as everything's done, get it ready, I'll bring him one down. We don't have a price for it yet, so I don't know yet. I do want to make it super reasonable. That's what I'm working on right now. And I need a surface that's flexible, because this surface is okay, we're just going to use it for the time being. But right now, oh no, don't do that. Don't get that on there, please. Tape, I need to put that on there. Don't damage my surface. But anyway, so for right now, we don't have a price right now. And there's two of these surfaces we're going to be designing. So this one is big enough for the side door, and the other one's to put inside and outside. So he said the minute I get it set up, let him know he's buying one. So he's asking all these questions, like to know. The first thing people do when they build PCs, they go into like overkill. They think they need all these powerful parts. You really just don't need all that stuff. You really don't. You can have a nice PC without going overkill. People do that because, you know, they want bragging rights when they're talking about their machines. Let me see. Should get this done. So there are pipes, but we have to base them actually down. It's going to look better. Hope everybody's having a wonderful Saturday. I'm sorry, did I say Saturday? Friday. Gee whiz, Louise. That's a lot of hours, people. God, excuse me. That's a lot of hours. Let me see. Let's see. Where are the controls on this? Controls for swapped over people with Dying Light, which I want to get back into that. I got to make it to that radio tower. You know, Nighttown's gonna fall. I got a baseball bat, but I don't think it's gonna be jacked. They had baseball bats that are gonna work at the end of the day. Well, you gotta start somewhere. I don't know. I was kind of considering modding it for the game, but I don't know. It's going to take away from the thrill. I do like the fact of being scared half to death and never know what's going to come out. But you know, if I mod something crazy in that game, boy, you know nothing's going to survive in there, man. What do I care about going to the woods at night? I can literally wipe out the entire farm with a freaking laser or freaking grenade launcher. Like, I really don't care to wipe out an entire section. We're going with it. Then it's like having a game when you put immortality. It kills the game. It does. Because the fact of barely surviving, just making it through just with enough health or enough power, enough gas, like Days Gone, just having barely enough gas to get from A to B or health, man, you just get out by the skin of your teeth. That's the best part of gaming, right there. When you make it easy, man, you basically make it, we have immortality. It's not even fun anymore. You don't even know thrill. You don't care. You don't have any fear for anything. You're like, done, destroy, 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 destroy. Oh, no, I don't want to just destroy. Take everything out. I think you play after you beat the game. That'd be nice to do it. Okay, our box is looking pretty good. Look at Taco over here. Hey, Taco, what you doing? Man, Taco. Taco's just being Taco. I don't want to put these pipes in yet until we get the case in here, then I can get an idea. But at least we have it looking nice and frosty. So it looks nice. We're going to have our ice cubes loaded up in here. I'm going to glue those in so that way we can have it like just spill it over the side, but they're not going anywhere. I want some coming here. I want to spill from the side. That'd be pretty cool. Oh, we should miss in the freezer. Not in the refrigerator. I think we should have put some cocktails in there, but no, we're going to keep our soda in there. Soda's in there. That's what I do. Just adding some dents to this so it looks more realistic. So everyone's having a wonderful Friday. Yep. We're having a wonderful and a safe Friday. Be safe out there, please. You know. Some people want to go to the club and party and have fun. I just rather be home watching Netflix or doing something. Mine, but quite frankly, I just like to work. But I got some new stuff coming in, and chances are I'm just going to be pretty much up working on the projects and stuff I'm working on right now. Get out of here. Oh, don't hit that. All right, let me see. What do we need from here? Yeah. I've never been in a club where they had a shootout before. Never know. I had one outside. I've seen those, but never inside. Thank God I never went through that. You realize when your days of clubbing are over, when you don't want to go, like you really don't want to go. Before you be all excited, get all hyped up, yeah, I'm gonna go, yeah. And now it's more like, I really don't want to go. I'd rather just be home staring at a wall. Don't want to be bothered with it. You hope they cancel out. You just be like, oh, they canceled out. Oh, thank goodness. I really didn't want to go. And then basically you get to that point where you go in there and people are yelling and screaming and carrying and you're trying to talk to people and you just, no, I'm done. Just walk out. And you're never going to go back. That means you're grown. Some people never do. Some people be in their 40s and 50s, they still be in clubs. I don't understand how people try to meet people in the club. Like, really? Like, you're looking for, maybe some of it works. I don't know. But to me, I don't know. If I'm going to meet somebody for a long-term relationship, I don't think I want to meet them at a club. You know? Some people do. They work out in clubs. I don't know. Very few people work out in clubs, but I just don't see it there. I don't see it there at all, period. I don't. The woman tells me she goes to the club. I'm like, okay, good for you. Not my life at the end of the day. I'd rather spend my time in a museum somewhere or some kind of art exhibit or something, a jazz concert or something at the end of the day, something, not no club. I'm not going there. I've been there and did all that when I was in my mid-20s. And yeah, even though I was Christian, I did go to these places. Shouldn't have been there at all, period. But I went with some friends. Never been to a club forever. It's interesting. That's all I can say. It's interesting. Hey, don't lick the wall. Why do you do that? That's the strangest thing I've ever seen you do. What does it do with the wall? What do you see at the wall? Don't hit the wall, please. I appreciate that. I'm looking right at you, right? You know that, right? I know I can see you, right? But yeah, I understand the factuation of clubs. I just don't get it. Everybody has their thing at the end of the day, but I just don't get it. Well, I don't drink anyway, so I don't point me going to the bar because I don't drink. So no. How did Cat Williams say? Yeah, it's so funny. He said, yeah, you don't like doing clubs because you can't even really relax when you go to clubs. You're in there watching other, he said the other word, right? We'll say it on camera. Watching other people at the end of the day, making sure that blank don't pop off. Pretty much, yeah. That's pretty much it. No, I just don't see it. I definitely don't drink. I don't like any alcohol in my house at all, period. None. Don't even bother bringing it over. I don't like the smell of it. I can't stand it. Don't like the smell of beer, wine, none of it. Can't stand the smell of it. Makes my stomach turn. So bottom line is if someone comes over and they're drunk a little bit, man, you better pop these breath mints or something at the end of the day if you walk over to my door. I like the smell of it. I can't stand it. Nope, I can't stand it. Ugh. To each his own. Like I said, I got people in my family that drink. That's just me at the end of the day. I got people in my family that like they wine and liquor and cognac and all that stuff and their bourbon and peach schnapps and all that stuff. That's what they like. That's their thing at the end of the day. If you're coming over to my place, don't bring them with you. Because I don't like the smell of it. I don't like cigarettes. I can't stand them. Nope. Vaping, that's another thing I can't stand is vaping. And people be walking right behind you. When I'm on camera sometimes, I be walking and somebody be smoking and vaping. I mean, I can't control that situation, but I don't want to breathe that stuff in. You want to destroy your lungs at the end of the day? Go destroy your lungs someplace else. But I don't want to breathe that stuff in. And that stuff real. And the sad thing about it is, I think the first people who got on vape should be the sue. I really do believe that. Because they made them believe that vaping was safer than cigarettes. That you weren't going to get any bad side effects or not get lung disease or any kind of cancer from it. They made them believe that. And then later on, they come up and say, oh, well, you can't do it anymore because it'll make you sick. They should have been able to sue. Because that's some lying right there from the door. But anybody else, you do it after that, knowing what it does to you? No. Like I said, friends of mine who vape, they feel like there's, yeah. But I used to have lung disease at the end of the day. Well, I could tell you, man, that how bad things can go real quick, real fast. If your lungs start acting up and you can't breathe, you have no idea how badly that'll mess your life up. On so many levels, it's not even funny. Your lungs affect everything. Mentally and physically, it'll mess with you. Yeah, you'll have anxieties that you never even dreamed you could actually have at the end of the day. Affects everything. Everything. Your breathing affects everything. So, yeah. That's why we telling our friends at the end of the day, get off the vape, man. You know, try to get off cigarettes. I know it's hard. I'm not saying it's easy. I know it's extremely hard to do. I know it is. But try to get off of it. You want to live as long as you possibly can. Do not want to be dying or sitting in some metal lung at the end of the day, or basically having something stuck up to your throat so you can speak because your lungs basically deteriorate. You don't want to go through all that. Nope. You don't want to go through all that. I had first-hand experience what it feels like to have lung disease, and it was absolutely a nightmare. You don't want to go through that. And if I had happened to smoke when I got that lung disease, it probably would have killed me. It's kind of like the equivalence of trying to breathe through a straw. Like you got an elephant sitting on your chest all day long. You can feel the pressure pushing in right through your chest. It's unbelievable. And then the panic attacks that trigger off from that because you can't breathe, you can't get air in, and you figure that you're going to suffocate and you're going to die. You don't want to go through that. And that's why I advise my friends to do vaping and all that stuff. Stop it. Just find something else. Find anything else, but don't do that stuff. That stuff is really bad. That reminds me, I gotta go pay a visit to my doctor pretty soon. Yeah, we had a nice little talk. And how in the world you freaking diagnosed me with Kimani disease I'm supposed to have? I heard that they're still using this stuff. Sure, I would have been dead by now, they said. But yeah, that something's wrong there. Something's really wrong there. Now, I know my Lord asked me to do, my Lord took care of all that nonsense. But still, what they diagnosed with me, it doesn't add up at all, period. It doesn't add up at all, period. That's why I don't trust doctors. And you're a doctor at the end of the day. I don't dislike you or anything. I don't. I don't trust you at all. I think you and the pharmaceutical companies are best friends. At the end of the day, you use everybody as a guinea pig. That's how I feel. They'll give you a drug, a test drug. Well, people have used it and they got good results from it. You can try it, you know what I mean? I think it'll work great for you. And then, the only things they know about it, what happened to previous patients. Well, you know, one of the side effects, you can go from this, you can go from that, and this, that, and the other. You know, and some patients will experience some of this. The only reason why they know about that, because you're going to take it, you're going to use it, you're going to have some bad side effects, or maybe good side effects, something's going to happen, or maybe nothing. And they're going to take your information and feed that to somebody else to coach them, and they're taking the same box of drugs that you just took. Watch that freaking rat race go on. My doctors can't stand me when I come in here. Of course, I'm not saying that everything they do is bad, because they do some good stuff. They do some amazing stuff at the end of the day. But the ones I've had so far, well, no. The ones I've had so far, basically, I beat everything they talked about. Got hit by a car, basically lost some of my memory, couldn't feel nothing in my face on one side, and basically, they told me I was going to walk with a cane for the rest of my life. Are you going to be on a cane for the rest of your life, Mr. Bird? You got a bad break in your kneecap, and you're not going to be able to walk anymore, and you're going to have to walk with a cane for the rest of your life, da-da-da-da-da. And I'm looking at this doctor like, yeah, okay. Sure. I'll see you in about a year. Happened to bumped into, I was walking on a cane, happened to bump and meet this female who basically, me and her became dating together, and she was a physical therapist. Ooh, what are the odds of that? And she told me everything that I need to know, that they weren't going to be able to help me out. And then I had to go through this, that, and the other, but you got to pay for that. But she's trained in that. So guess what? Bam! Kneecaps back to normal. I can't tell which one's broken. Yeah, and I sued the person who struck me with the car, got $65,000 of it, paid the other half off of the saloon I used from the restaurant school, and the rest of it I just blew, which means I went out and bought a bunch of rollerblades, hockey skates, all that stuff. I went out and played hockey. And I happened to bump into that same doctor. I was going to the bridge with a couple of my friends. He was on the other side. I was coming down the bridge, and there he was. And yes, I did say, yo, Mr. So-and-so, like you. Because he sat there and told me from my face, and no. I was like, is there any way? No, there's no other way at all, period. That's the way it is. I'm sorry, but you're going to walk with a cane for the rest of your life. You unfortunately had a bad break in your leg, and that's just how it has to be. So there's no surgery, nothing like that. No, there's nothing at all, period. So you just cast my end right there from the door, and I looked at him like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, Mr. Bird, you're not taking this seriously. You don't understand, you know what I mean? There's medications you'll have to take. No, we ain't doing it at the end of the day. Bye. That was it. I had chest pains one morning. I go to the hospital for it. They tell me that I have something wrong with my liver. How the chest pains have anything to do with my liver? But anyways, let's humor this. So they're telling me there's something wrong with my liver and I have some kind of liver damage. They told me I had too many white cells. And I'm just staring at this idiot in the day as he's sitting there rambling on. And I walk up and leave out. Because the Lord tells me, leave. And I left. He told me to go right across the street. I went right across the street. I got myself a root beer and a pack of Tums. I walked home and burped all the way home. There was an air pocket that was large, right underneath my rib, and I couldn't basically get unlarged, and I felt like I was having a chest pain, and that's all it was. That's it. Now, I'm not saying everything they do is a complete blah, 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 because a lot of things they do are fantastic, and they do a lot of fantastic things. But some of the stuff they do at the end of the day, you just have to question it. You really do. That's why you got to ask questions sometimes. You really do. He could be a fantastic doctor and deliver babies and save people and do all these stuff at the end of the day, but there's some things they also do that you have to question, like, no. Yeah. No. So every time when I got the lung disease, it's the same thing. Same stuff. Now I have faith in my Lord at the end of the day. I ain't believing the word they say. I'm looking at them like, okay, I got something in there, but it ain't what I think what you're saying it is. A rare disease. This is the cop. A rare disease that very few people have. We don't know how to treat it because it's that rare. But we can give you some medications that may or may not work. We just have to see. Oh, you're going to guinea pig me at the end of the day. No, we're not doing that. So I got an appointment to go see this doctor. Actually, it's the first one that I actually went to go see. I can't wait to meet. Wait, have a conversation with him. And he saw me. I was around 250 pounds. I was overweight and all this stuff in the day, and I was on the prednisone and all. Yeah, it's gonna be a different person walking through that door. Yep. Oh yeah, check this out. So this is how much I walk a day. Yeah, I walk out a day. Yeah, I lift weights all the time and do this and I work out so and so. And guess what? I haven't used these jokers because you can look on my list to see exactly when the last time I got a prescription for an inhaler was about around roughly, I'd say, 2 years ago. I haven't got one since then because I don't need them. Lord took it out. But it wasn't what they said it was. It was something else I had. I believe I got some poison from the house, but not on the level they said it was. Interesting. Anyway, we're done our pipe system here. Had a little conversation. We always do this. When we work on the parts and stuff like that, we'll talk about this, we'll talk about that, we'll talk about things all day. It's what we do. We talk about things. So look at that pipe system's gonna look pretty cool, ain't it? I'm thinking it should fit, but my case is not the same height as this one. I have a mid-tower case. It's a little shorter, but it has a lot more glass attached to it. So we won't know until we get here before we can actually install the pipe system, which is going to look pretty cool. And keep in mind, this is not even done yet. So what we're going to do is going to put in a nice glow coating over top of this, and then we're going to put some of that nice clear caulking on it to give it a nice even, a nice beautiful frost to it. So when if icicles hanging over here, and icicles hanging over here, some cubes there and there in it, it's going to look pretty sick when we get done with it. And then when we get ready to do, I can't wait to show you this when we do this. I got to order some food coloring too. That's my next thing, some food coloring. We're going to have some popsicles in there, and we're going to have some beverages. Now, thinking about, I'm definitely going to be doing this right here. We're definitely doing this. And we're going to do a Snapple container, definitely in here. So we're going to show you how to put liquids in here and make sure they chill nicely. Put a little frost on them. It's going to be excellent. I'm loving my little refrigeration unit. I want to do a bottle of water so badly. I don't know if we got the room for it. I'm going to put it in there. I don't know yet. Lemon pledge. I need more lemon pledge. Some lemon pledge. Anybody have any more pledge? Lemon pledge. Alright. So yeah, as we go along, we're going to be building a bunch of PCs, showing you how to mod, put stuff together, all that cool stuff. A lot of interesting conversation, talking about this, talking about that, all that good stuff at the end of the day. And let's do away with less of the negative and let's put positive in here. So, well, I know I said this many times before, but I want to talk more about other things. Like I said, I can talk about this and that. Like, you know what I mean? As we build and put things together, because we can't just talk about this all the time. It's like, you know, there's building that. That's all. That's pretty much it. All right. I have to put something in here to cleanse the bottle of cleansiness, because we don't want that extra juice in there to be sitting there stinking. So we put some of this in here. This is absolutely amazing. If you've never had this, you need to get some. You need to get some. Look at that. So make sure these bottles are smelling nice and minty before we put our new stuff in here. Fill this up with water. Put a little food coloring in there to get that color Coca-Cola. Make sure the bottle's cleaned up because we get ready for that process next. And then we are putting in a gelatin or poo glue. Really, poo glue? Poo gel. And what that does is it actually turns this into a hard, solid, like a gel. And we just tilt it to the side because that's how we want the gel, like that. We want the gel on the side. And then we super glue this and give it a little frosty look to it, make it a little extra frosty. You're going to love the frostiness. When we do the frosty, it's going to look extra frosty. Frosty, people. Frosty. Show you how to make everything look like it was actually embedded and sealed in ice. So, you know, You know what I'm gonna do when I finish the PC? I'm literally gonna play the video Ice Ice Baby on it. I got to. I got to. I like that. Ice Ice Baby. We gotta put that on there. Yeah, let's kick it. Kick it. That's right, people. Leave that zero. Stay with the hero. I'm gonna use that line. I got a friend of mine that go on. I hit on her with jokes, like old jokes from back in the day. Oh man, that was funny. Me and my ex were in the freaking post office. She went in first because she had the boxes. She had a couple of boxes. I was bringing boxes in. We're into the post office. She went in first. So everybody at the desk knows that's my girlfriend at the time. But the people in line didn't know that. So she's actually already in line, but I'm behind two people. So I'm like, yo, man, I think I like her, man. I'm talking about this strange, like, I think I like her, man. You think I can get the number? And the guy was like, I don't know, man. I think she's out your lead. I was like, I think you're right on that. But I think I can get that number. Hold on for a minute. Watch this, watch this, watch this. And everybody's here. I said, yo, 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 how you doing? How you doing? Hey, I gotta ask you a question. Did it hurt? And she looked at me, she's just shaking her head like she know I'm being stupid. Like, did it hurt? You know, when you fell from heaven. Everybody in line was like, oh, no. Come on, man. You can't be using lines like that. I said, what? It's a good line. It works. I think it worked. At the end of the day, I said, can I get the number? Can I get the number? Can I get the number? Look, look. I will wine and dine you. I will take you to Mickey D's. I'll get you everything on the dollar menu and a Happy Meal. Because I know how to treat my ladies right. Man, they were like, oh my goodness, dude, bring it back, bring it back. So I come back, I'm behind this guy, we're talking like, so what am I doing wrong, man? What am I doing? I said, dude, first things first, no Happy Meals, no dollar menus, you can't be doing it at the end of the day. And the lines you got, they corny, man, they corny, you gotta do better than that. I said, I don't know, man, I think I can do, mine gotta pay these packages in a few minutes, I think I can do this. So I walk up, and I say, hello, how you doing? My name is Ken. What's your sign? I'm Libra. What are you? The guy's back there shaking his head, and she just now plays along with it now because she's up to my shenanigans now. I'm being a jerk. She's laughing. She said to her sign was, we got to pay for something. We got to go about to go and eat. So I was like, oh man, I get to the line, we get to talking and everything. We walk out together, and I was like, yeah, it worked, man, it worked. And he was like, man, yeah, I have fun like that. I do weird stuff like that. My nickname is Shenanigans, literally. That's what my nickname is, Shenanigans. Shenanigans, what I do, nothing but shenanigans. Shenanigans. So all my friends, my peoples, they're like, that's shenanigans. Because I just be walking around just finding weird stuff to do. Like, you know, we got a dinner party coming up for Thanksgiving, and I got my own utensils. Yeah, that's why they call me Mr. Shenanigans. You see the utensils? Yeah, I'm gonna be using these to eat with. We go out to dinner, nice fancy restaurant. So I'm gonna do this expensive restaurant this year, and everybody's got to dress up. I'm gonna be dressed. I usually don't wear a dress. I like to wear a suit. But I'm gonna be dressed up. But these are gonna be my utensils I'm gonna eat with. Yeah, siree. Big spoon, big fork. Look at that. This is the ultimate cereal spoon right here. I'm gonna get me another one of these for a cereal spoon. That is an ultimate cereal spoon in there. Look at that. It's classy, people. Classy. I'm gonna put some rhinestones on this to give it a little bling, bling, bling. Bling, bling, bling. I'm not gonna open it up yet with the Thanksgiving. This is for Thanksgiving right here. Also got a really tiny, tiny pair, like really tiny forks and spoons and knives. I got one of those too. This is a nice cereal spoon. It's perfect. All right, let me get this done right here. Right here, right here, right here. All right, all right. All right, all right. Oh, but you're working now, aren't you? Yeah, you're working now. There we go. I need you to go out of here. I gotta check on something real quick. Power. Oh no, we can just exit the game. Come out of the game. Yeah, exit. I got my state saved. I'm good. Maniacs. Maniacs. This one right here done right there. I think Deep Six is gonna be fun. It's gonna be vegetable oil submersible. I already got a tank for it. I think it's gonna be perfect for it. I'm gonna get a smaller tank, but it's gonna be big enough for the submarine. It's not gonna be big enough for the submarine. And the submarine's gonna involve some work, which means we have to cut through this thing and basically do some wiring in there because I need for this thing to actually look like it's on fire, sparking the whole 9 yards as it's actually sinking. So we need to do all that. All that stuff will run in the vegetable oil, no problem whatsoever. Jeremiah was a bullfrog. And then we got the neon forest to put together. Oh, the neon forest is going to be sick. And we got something called Thundercloud, which, again, is going to be an awesome PC. I got 2 experimental PCs we're working on right now. I just went through this freaking high karate nonsense this morning. Can you just get this done and over with? I paid this bill already, like literally. Oh man, the confirm crap, I hate that, man. So every told me update. Why would you tell me update my billing? I gave you the card I'm using for using my business. I got a new business debit card that came through from a company. And basically, they want me to go in and say, well, update your billing. I'll update the billing already. Now they sit there and tell me, well, we need you to call us to straighten out if this is your information. My hand moving back and forth in the reflective of the freezer box. Just notice that. Yeah. That would have been cool though. We have to do that next. We're going to do a Glacier PC and we have to freeze them. Oh my goodness, we can actually do that. Right. We can literally freeze things into a glacier ice, like a dinosaur or something, or a flying saucer. That'd be freaking cool. Another PC to do that, look like that. Another ice box. Another ice box? Challenge accepted. But first, we got to finish the rest of the challenges. We're way too much craziness going on right now. All right, people, we got so much to do. Oh, you see the containers we got here? We're going to be doing something with these containers pretty soon. I can't tell you what, but it's going to be absolutely insane. We're going to do with these simple containers. We're going to turn them into something really freaking cool. It's going to blow your freaking mind when we're done with that. Just want to pass that real quick. And we're going to get the PS4 a whole new makeover. It's time to hook it up. It's time to pimp that PlayStation out. We're going to hook it up. We're going to make it levitate, make it look like it's actually floating. It's going to look absolutely amazing. It is. And all these things are easy to do. Like, they're very simple to do. Very easy to do. It's not complicated. It's very simple. Very simple. Just have to use your imagination. Like SpongeBob did. Imagination. That's pretty much it. It's all about having fun at the end of the day. That's what it pretty comes down to. That's what it comes down to. Having fun. I do apologize if I did come off a bit PC Master Race. If you did feel that vibe at the end of the day, I do apologize for that. At the end of the day, I should have said that we are all gamers at the end of the day. I just don't appreciate how the console was acted at the end of the day. I'm not happy with it at all. I don't like the fact that they're charging too much money for the systems. I don't like the fact that they're allowing scammers to come in and take everything. Because, man, if I went through that in the Dreamcast era or any of the systems at the end of the day, I'd have been seriously upset. Not being able to get my hands on a Dreamcast, I'd have been very upset. My Power Stone. And Blue Stinger. Another game. So that would have bothered me. Atari 2600, any of the games I would have played back then if I went through that, I'd been very upset. Yeah, I have a hard set out to get those games. You know, back then, you know what I mean? When the N64 and they showed the Mario running all over the place and the 3D world and him running, I was dying to get that game. I sat in line to get that thing. And I got Donkey Kong with the bongos and everything. And I turned out and find out that I couldn't get one because a freaking scammer came in and took all of them. And I can't get one, not one of them. That's messed up. That sucks. So, no, that would have bothered me deeply. I think this generation around, this time around, My thrill for the console just ain't there no more like it used to be. It's just not there. I bought the PS4 not for the game system. I bought the PS4 for the VR setup. That's what I bought it for. That's the only reason why I bought it for. Because it had VR glasses and I needed the PlayStation to run the VR glasses. When I first saw it, I thought the VR glasses were separate. And the guy was like, no, you have to buy the PlayStation 2. So that's what I did. I bought the PlayStation. I bought the VR glasses. I bought everything. The whole 9 yards. It was just strictly to play VR. That's all I bought it for. And then later on, I started playing some of the games. I'm like, wow, the games on this thing is actually really, really good. So I started playing the games too. But I bought that system strictly for VR only. Yep. That's what I got it for. Because the Xbox didn't have a VR system. And besides, I went through the whole Red Ring fiasco. I've already done Xbox. I've had dozens of them. The last time I had a PS system was actually a PS1. That was it. So, try something new. Tried it, liked it, got the VRs. The VRs were freaking incredible. So yeah, I liked it. But as for saying that I'm PC Master Race, I'd like to know if that vibes, and yeah, I'm sorry about that, but yeah, I play everything. I don't care what it is. Apple's coming out and buying this system when it comes out. I'm really curious about that thing. Because some people are saying, well, Apple can make a gaming PC. Well, it could be. They might be. I don't know. But still, I'm curious to see it. Because they said the same thing about Sony. Sony doesn't know nothing about game systems. At the time, I remember it's around VCRs were out. Sony didn't know anything about gaming systems. I didn't know about TVs and stereos and stuff. What do they know about gaming at the end of the day? That literally was the conversation. It's going to be a waste of time. It's going to be a bomb. They're going to fail. They're not going to last that long. And look at them. See? So, got to give the Apple a chance. Now, you know, Apple products can be expensive. So hopefully they realize that you can't charge that kind of money for a console. Got to keep it reasonable. It's only the first time I have an Apple in my home. My friends are going to come over and be freaking like, wait a minute. Is that what I think is on your table? Yep. And I'm hoping they really understand how to work this thing at the end of the day, how games actually work. Apple, because your glasses sucked. Pretty much all it is just basically just taping a computer monitor to your face. That's all it is. I do not want VR glasses to multitask. There better not be anything on there about multitasking at the end of the day. It better be hardcore gaming. I don't want no Wii U games on there. None of that nonsense. Nothing. I want hardcore games. I want Call of Duty, stuff like that. Games that I know. Not something called Wacky Racers 4008. I don't want no crap like that. I don't want actual games on this. So hopefully they've got real good heavy titles on it. Because the reason why I say the glasses suck, have you ever seen the games on the glasses? Oh my goodness. Looks like the characters from the Rec Room. Gee whiz Louise. Are you paying that kind of money for that? That's not gaming at the end of the day. See how far you can kick the ball over the fence. Games like freaking carnival games, you're sitting there throwing a ball at a bunch of bottles. I paid $3,500 for that. No, we did not. But guess what? You can multitask. Big deal. I'm scared about this. I don't think he has any idea what game it is. I've seen one gaming system with the Pippin. I mean, it had games on it, but it didn't last long. And then it went back out. But still going to get it anyway. Because if the system dies or something goes wrong, it's still collectible because Apple had made a gaming system for twice. And that controller is uncomfortable. Oh, it looks like a boomerang. I think if I throw it, I'm pretty sure it'll come back. I know. People saying, oh, you're supposed to be... Did you see the controller for that thing? There's no smooth edges to it. It's square. Do you remember playing on the NES? How uncomfortable those things were? And the little corners would just stick right into the finger when you're basically just pressing down on it. Oh, it's horrible. And after a while, they made them a little bit more smooth. That's a duct tape line. Put padding on them because they would hurt. But you know, there's the pain that came with gaming. Then Genesis had this with the smooth corners. Oh man, that was nice. When they came with the N64, they had the smooth corners. And every console system has the smooth corners. And then they come with these freaking square corners at the end of the day. You gotta fix that controller, man. You really do. I can say one thing. PlayStation has set the history on controllers, and people say why? Because the DualShock, every controller has a DualShock system on it. I mean, not DualShock, but whether the two controllers are in the front, yeah, PlayStation had it first. I don't remember any system having that first, because all the other systems had one joystick. N64, one joystick. Dreamcast, one joystick, and a D-pad. N65 has something called a Z button. There's a button in the back. Yeah. Every game system either had one controller and a pad. Or some people, so with Neo Geo, they just had the stick. And that was basically about it, because it was an arcade stick. But PlayStation was the only one that came out with the dual sticks. The only ones that had it. And everybody else started following behind it. Because PlayStation was out before the Xbox. Fanboys, so you know that from the door. Wait, let me think about that for a minute. I gotta think about that. Which one did come first? Which was first, PlayStation or Xbox? Oh, yeah, I saw that. Gee, what is this? One simple question. Really, write a freaking book for me. Which console came out first, Xbox or PlayStation? PlayStation came out first. Yeah. It came out first. Mind you, I played the PlayStation. I had that. Yeah. PlayStation did come out. It came out in 1994. So PlayStation came out first. They had the dual controllers. And Xbox picked it up. Got an Xbox controller here somewhere. Just opened this game on here. It's a game a few minutes ago. Where did the controller go to? Oh, here it is. So yours is different. Yours has one up here and one down here. But still, they came out with the two controllers on the pad first. Don't make a difference where you position them at. Don't make a difference. They're the ones who came out with the two controllers on a pad first. Let's do some research here on some gaming memory history. So if you don't remember this, you guess what? You'll find out exactly what controllers we played. You ever played the Jaguar controller? Oh my goodness, that's a big controller. I don't know which was worse, the original Xbox or the Jaguar. The Jaguar was quite huge, quite massive. You would break your thumb just to reach over and just grab a button. Let's look at these controllers. Let's go back to the blast of the past. Oh, to the era where I came from. Now let me see. Atari was one joystick. Yep. Okay, now see when you work when you want to work. Joysticks for the Atari. See, works when it wants to work. What a jerk. Yeah, I said you're a jerk. You're definitely a jerk. Alright. Joysticks for the Atari. Things like go to intelligence, I swear. Joysticks for the Atari. No, apparently you're not listening. You're listening when I start talking. You're not listening when I do talk. What the freak? There we go. Thank you. Can't read this. It's going to be the future of our technology, which is AI. And it just, there we go. Atari had one button and a joystick. You played all those games with one button and a joystick. That was it. And this thing would hurt your hands after a while. They came with other versions of it. They had buttons on the side. Some had buttons on the side here and there. But most likely, it was one button and a joystick. That was it. Let's see X right on here. Let me see. Oh, which one of them had a disc? Oh, I hated the disc. The disc would go, it would go dull on one side and it didn't work. And your man would always run to the left or to the right. Yeah, she's taking an attitude like, I will not work for you now because I'm upset and mad because you called me an idiot. She's having her moment. Joystick for ColecoVision. I think I'm going to go through some crap people today. Let's try again. Joystick for ColecoVision. Give me a minute to go. Very temperamental. I will fix your wagon right now. There we go. All right, let's put you back in. There you go. Now, joystick for ColecoVision. Give me the microphones. There we go. Thank you. Jeez. So the joystick for ColecoVision, again, it had one knob on it and a bunch of buttons. It looked like a cell phone, it did. They had the joystick version, and then they had one with the knob that would turn side to side, back and forth. Try to figure out how that one works. You had to drive a little nut. Actually, it was pretty easy to do. It was. Dial here, and you had your buttons there. So your buttons could mean 6 could be left, back 4 could be right, and then up could be 2, and down. That's how pretty much how it was. People look at this like, how the freak did you guys game off this stuff? It worked. It all worked. Joysticks for the Odyssey. That was a joystick for the Odyssey. It had 2 buttons. It was made similar to the Nintendo. There was 2 buttons and it had a joypad right here. Direct pad and 2 buttons. So it was more like made like the Nintendo. And we all know how the Nintendos look and the Genesis all look. Joystick for the Nintendo and Genesis. So this was the Genesis, which we all know. Basically, they had one with 2 buttons and they had one with 6 buttons. That was the pad. Almost like it was 3 buttons. Always 3 buttons for the Genesis. Controller for N64. How do you give me controller for N64, but you basically are still showing me for the Genesis? So the controller for the N64, as this one says, here it is, we're still in Genesis right here. There's already going to be controller for 64. But anyway, controllers for the N64 were kind of interesting because they had one stick in the middle. They had a joystick in the middle. This is the original one, not this one. This was a joystick in the middle. It had a D-pad. It had that nonsense. Anyway, so the N64 was kind of a little complicated. It had 2 shoulder buttons, 4 buttons here at the top, and then it had basically 2 buttons here and a button in the middle. There's a lot of buttons in it. All of them worked. Every single one of them. It just worked like that. GameCube was the same thing. Had the same kind of pattern of buttons. Same thing. But they all had that one joystick. Every single one of them. And if you talk about Neo Geo, it had 1 joystick. If you had, let me see who else we think. TurboGrafx 16. TurboGrafx 16 controller. You did get it, buddy. Yeah. TurboGrafx 16 controller. So TurboGrafx 16 controller, I have this one of these in collection. It was modeled after the NES. 2 buttons here. You had 2 shifts here for 2 different buttons. I never even used this at all. I used these 2 right here. Your D-pad, and then you had your pause and your start. That was pretty much it. These worked on certain games, but I didn't have the games to play those. So they're all made the same until we hit the PlayStation. PlayStation 1 controller. Oops, sorry, my fault. Choice wrong memory here. PlayStation didn't have. Yeah, PlayStation 1 did have that controller. Hold on for a minute. Let me see, make sure. Yeah. At the controller. Later on. This is when they started off with, because I had that one. And then later on in the PlayStation 1, they had the one with the 2 controllers. Because I know for a fact, because I had freaking Metal Gear Solid on there and I hated it, and I couldn't stand the 2 controllers because I wasn't used to it. I needed 1 controller. That's why I went and got a Dreamcast. I used to have the PlayStation, and I let them went on Dreamcast. I had Dreamcast ever since. Dreamcast controller. So when I had the PlayStation, I had Metal Gear Solid, and it had the 2 controllers back and forth, and I couldn't stand it. I hated it. I hated the controllers. I didn't like the way they felt. They felt awkward to me. So I got rid of my PlayStation, and I went out and I purchased a Dreamcast. But the Dreamcast had the 1 controller, which I'm used to. Remember, all the other systems had 1 controller. And the last one I had was an N64, and the N64 had 1 controller. So I switched over to a controller that was more like the N64, and that would have been the Dreamcast. Dreamcast had 1 controller, had a bunch of buttons on it, had a D-pad. I was used to this, and it had 2 triggers here at the top, at the bottom, a trigger here and a trigger there. So that's what I switched to. And I was with the Dreamcast until the Dreamcast went under. Even Sega Saturn, Sega Genesis, same controller format. They didn't have any joysticks on, they just had D-pads on. That's all they had. Knight's controller, which they had was supposed to controller was to make you feel like you're flying, had a little disc on it that you moved back and forth. That's all it was. But no one had joysticks. They had joysticks here, but not the dual joysticks. And then later on, when this went out, I still didn't go near PlayStation. I bought this guy here. Original Xbox. I bought this guy right here. The original Xbox. But I bought the one with the big giant controller with the big giant jewel in the middle. That again had 2 buttons on 2 joysticks on it. Now, this is why I actually started to hate the Xbox when I first got it, because the first game I got was Halo, and I found it difficult to operate the Warhol because as you had one to look around and one to drive. And it was kind of difficult for me to do it. I just couldn't figure it out. I couldn't synchronize, and I thought I would have to get the system up, but later on it clicked, and I was able to operate the Warhol with no problem. Matter of fact, I got quite good at it. I got good at jumping off stuff and drifting and all that stuff, so I freaking fell in love with that whole control pattern on everything was done. But at first, yeah, that transition, yeah, I didn't like it at first, but after a while, man, I fell in love with the Xbox. And as an Xbox fanboy all the way up into Xbox 360. Controller for Xbox 360. I know my own gaming history. I can go back farther than that, but I'm just keeping it light. So if you look at the 360, right? The 360 had the same control as we have with the control here. It has a stick here and a stick here. Same thing. But the PlayStation was out first. So the PlayStation had the dual controllers first before anybody else had it. And if you look at the Atari Jaguar controller, which was a big, big controller. Atari Jaguar controller. There you go. Your controller is complicated? Look at that one right there. That was insanely complicated. Yeah, I had one of those too on top of that. It was a 64-bit system. Do you see that nightmare? You know how big that controller is? That controller is literally bigger about the size of this box. That's how big they were. Imagine the corners being cut on this box. That's how big they were. They were huge. On top of that, you had to operate all these buttons and these buttons and the pad at the same time. Yeah, they're huge. Huge. Yes. And mind you, smack the button in the head, he was going to jail for murder, because those things are heavy. You could kill somebody with one of those things. Really mug somebody with one of these controllers. But they were huge. Did I like the Jaguar games? Yeah, I did. Jaguar had this thing called Iron Soldier. They had the game versus Alien vs. Predator, which is one of the best ones I've ever seen in history. It's actually one of the best Alien vs. Predator games ever made, which was actually on, or Alien game ever made was on a Jaguar. It was amazing. Absolutely amazing. If you haven't had a chance to play this, then you missed out. Let's see. Now, if you notice now, since the PlayStation was out for the Xbox, the original Xbox, that means the PlayStation is the one that started the dual controllers. So there's a little history. Fanboys are sitting there all bitter about that. Like, no, he's right. No, I'm definitely right about that, because PlayStation was here before the Xbox. And they're the ones that started the dual controllers. Xbox came out and did the dual controllers, but they had one here and one here. Still, PlayStation had it first. And they had the Dual Shock, it was theirs first too. So, the Dual Shock system. Was there vibration in the system? Well, let's see. Getting to that, you had rumble packs. So rumble packs allowed your games to shake. So let me see. Maybe. Who is first, N64 or PlayStation? I should know all this, but a long time ago. I don't think the PlayStation was out when N64 was out. PlayStation was released before the N64. Alright, so the PlayStation had, let me see. Gotta ask this question here. Who had the rumble controller first? I know N64 had a pack you could plug in and make it rumble. I know that, who had rumble controllers first? Who had rumble controllers first? I'm trying to figure out. Let me see. Let me see. Who had rumble controllers first? PlayStation had it. Yeah, they had it first. I knew they had it first. Because the PlayStation was here before Nintendo was here. That means they would have had the rumble controllers first. The controllers that vibrate. When you touch something that vibrates, they had it first. Because that's when it came with the dual controllers. I know because I had one. I had it from Metal Gear Solid. That's when you hide underneath the box and you run all around and you light the cigarettes and stuff. Yeah, that's the Metal Gear Solid. The old one. The first one from back in the day, I had that one. They had the Dual Shock. So they had it originally. So if your controller rumbles, it's because of the PlayStation. They had it first. That's why fanboys be thinking that I'm a fanboy of Xbox, a big fanboy, but I know at the end of the day what truth is truth. I'm not going to sit there and get all butthurt, get mad, get angry, lie, make a fool of myself. If the facts are right there, they had it first. You got to be fair. They had it first. Now, as for being on live, online, talking and all that junk, Xbox is where it's at. For those of you it is. The 360 at the time, I don't know what the Xbox is now, but the 360 at the time and Xbox, the original one, the live was freaking amazing. It was far better than the PlayStation. Because I remember PlayStation, when they had the live, when it was on their system, and it wasn't as big as the Xbox Live version. It wasn't. Xbox Live had a massive fan base. They had better games for online play. Much better. They had a massive Steel Battalion controller that was epic. Majority of all their games were online, and they were freaking amazing. You had Mech Warrior, you had Unreal Tournament. There were like so many games that they had. So they had the best for online play. Even their headsets were better. Everything was better. So they had the best. They had the avatars. Their freaking marketplace was insane. You had the clothes you could buy for an avatar was freaking insane. Yeah, their online play was way better than basically PlayStation. So they had a bigger base. So it has to be like back and forth. It's not all one had everything. It's not. Some had it good here, some had it good here, some had it good here. If you're talking about Nintendo, Nintendo's library is way beyond your library. Way beyond your library. Nintendo was here first. They were here first before the PlayStation. They were here first before Xbox. Their library is massive. And Japanese games and imports, they're way beyond the American games they have over here for the console systems. They've been here forever. So if they were to go back and they were to dig and bring up their old library, they would basically cover this with no problem. Bomb is one of the most popular games on the market. So yeah, they have a lot of heavy hitter titles. If they decide to bring up a system, a real good system, like the system they have now, but if they were brought out a really high-end system, and they were able to bring out from their old collection, Yeah, they would pretty much easily roast both consoles with no problem. Their library is amazing. Remember, at the end of the day, what makes this system is going to be number one. It's going to be your games. You can have the most powerful system in the world. If you got crappy games on it, then you got a crappy system. That's how it works. Their library is massive. And they don't lease a lot of games out to other companies. So at the end of the day, their games are really seriously exclusive. They own the rights of Mario Brothers. Think about that one alone by itself. Mario by itself brings in millions of dollars, like billions of dollars at that. But anyway, it has the biggest library. Nintendo's library is huge. Genesis would have been next up to that. Genesis and which means to go toe to toe back and forth. They used to go back and forth. So Sega has a huge library. If Sega decides, Sega's fan base is also too massive. So if Sega ever decided to get back in the game, which I don't think they can because they sold the licenses off to third-party companies, if they did decide to get back in the game, they would crush you. Easy. There are so many people that run Sega, it's not even funny. You got people, half of the people that probably play on Sony right now would drop off for a Sega system. Xbox, I played PC at the end of the day. I would walk away from a PC for a Sega system. If they bring that system out, no, I'm not playing anymore. We'll buy me a Sega. Why? Because of Dreamcast. The Dreamcast was his first time. Now, those people who sit there and say, "Oh, no, you don't understand. I had the Dreamcast as a Japanese and American." The Dreamcast was before its time. Dreamcast was online playing with a lot of games. Weren't doing what the Dreamcast was doing. Not even the Xbox system was doing what the Dreamcast was doing at the time because Xbox didn't even exist. So the Dreamcast gave you the ability to play online. Not only that, it had chat rooms in there. You can chat with other gamers. It even had sections in there where you can actually download other people's your memory card. Your memory card was actually a mini game, like a Game Boy. It had a screen on it and controllers where you can download mini games and play them. Power Stone allowed you to play these little mini games on it if you wanted to. So I can pull out my memory card, and it acts like a video game, like a little pocket video game. They had light guns, they had joysticks, they had keyboards, they had mouse, and a mouse that hooked to the system. You could play that back and forth. Let me see. Dreamcast had a DSL adapter, best way around the time when they actually fell through. They had some of the most amazing games on the Dreamcast. Some of the games that are there are considered to be cult classic games. Dreamcast memory cards. Yeah, these were like little. Yeah, these are the original ones. These are the ones that came later on. But these are the memory cards. It's like a little Game Boy. So you can download games on it and you can play off of it. It was way before its time. Way before its time. Dreamcast keyboard and mouse. Yeah, they had a keyboard and mouse. You know what? People played Unreal Tournament. So I'm used to playing keyboard and mouse on Unreal Tournament, and they had the keyboard and mouse with it, which was actually fantastic. On top of that, Dreamcast could go online. You could surf the internet with it. Yeah, it had JavaScript and all that stuff, so you can watch videos and all that stuff on it. It had discs that would come out. There were web browsers that you can update your web browser to make it actually much more advanced and do more interesting stuff. And it came with a ton of basically free games to play or basically demos to play. You can even run Linux off the Dreamcast. These things can do a lot of stuff. Oh, I remember buying it, the keyboard and mouse for Dreamcast. Man, it's back in the day, people. Back in the day. Typing in the Dead, that was fantastic for that. Dreamcast, House of the Dead light gun. Yeah, I have the Japanese version in the box. I have that one. How much I paid for that? $120 when it came out. Yep. That was one of the best light games I ever played was House of the Dead. Freaking loved it. And then House of the Dead 2. House of the Dead 2. We even had fishing rods. Dreamcast fishing rod. They had the one for deep sea ocean. I had that one. This is when you get swordfish and sharks and all that stuff. Dreamcast fishing rod. So when people want to sit there and say, I got the fishing rod, so I have mine. I still own it. You can cast it out, throw it, and the line will go out, and you bring it back. You gotta slow it down slower. So you can basically pick out different forms of lures and stuff like that. Yet he had two versions. He had the deep sea and they had the fishing. This thing was amazing. So I got mine. Dreamcast steering wheel. Yeah, steering wheel. This was the best steering wheel I have ever used in my life. You know, usually when you have a steering wheel, you turn a corner and it feels like either you're turning off a rusty valve or the other one is so loose you just touch it and bam, you slam into a wall. No, this was actually perfect. Perfect. You can turn a corner as if you were driving a car. Everything was calibrated perfectly on this. Yeah, Dreamcast steering wheels. Sega Rally for Sega Rally. Dreamcast sniper rifle, solid scope. If you were lucky to get one of these, this is called solid scope. It was an actual sniper game. And guess where your screen was at? It was in your scope. So basically, this would hook up to your system. And instead of you looking through your TV, you would look through the scope. You could see the enemy on the scope. You could see him on the TV, but you couldn't see him up close. You can only see him on the scope. So everywhere you point that scope at, you can see it right up in front of your face. Oh, man. I wanted one of these when I was, my mom was like, no, it looks too realistic, like a gun. It did look realistic, like a gun. Oh, I miss Dreamcast so much. Yeah, so yeah, Dreamcast was way before its time. Way before its time. You guys are talking about going on the internet and all that stuff. Did that on Dreamcast, man. Dreamcast, SegaNet, all that stuff. As a matter of fact, SegaNet had it too. Sega had it before Dreamcast. Sega, well, Sega's Dreamcast, but Sega has SegaNet. It's a travel at 14.4. You know how slow 14.4 is? Man. Let me see. Oh, Silence, remember that right there. Man. Dreamcast Japanese imports. Yeah, Dreamcast had a massive collection of Japanese imports. I have Japanese imports on my Dreamcast. They were freaking amazing. Japanese imports were like way better than American games. Way better than American games. But the problem was getting them to play on American systems. So, did you know about the Game Shark? Well, yeah, I have one. So the Game Shark for your Dreamcast allows you to play import games. All you have to do is put the Game Shark in. There was an area you would select, and then you would pull it out while the system was on, put your game in, and it would automatically boot it. There was a boot drive on it. Game Shark for booting Japanese games. Boom. Yes. So you can boot your games with the Game Shark. It will allow you to boot your games. You can get all your codes for cheating, all your cheat codes for all your games. Was the N64 ever online? Yes, it was. There's actually an N64 online. It's a Game Shark that it plugged in the front like a cartridge that had a modem on it. Oh, this feels great to know all this stuff. I love it. I freaking love it. I love it. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Game Shark that allowed you to go online for N64. Boom. Yeah, I know all this stuff, man, because I basically did this stuff. Basically, yeah, it was a modem on a cartridge that would plug into your N64, and this will allow you to go online and game. But it had another adapter piece where you can plug your game right on top of it. So this right here is a modem for the N64. It would plug in here, your modem would connect in here, your line, your landline, and then you can plug your game up there and play. It even had a controller with it, a mouse pad. Mouse and a keyboard. Like, wow. Some people probably know this stuff. Everything I'm talking about, they call it the Unibrick. And some people, this is for people at the end of the day. If you don't know about this stuff, then yeah, there were so many different things on codes, on cracking games and making them better, basically giving you, actually kind of like letting you mod. That's what cheat codes were, that you mod whatever you want in the game, pretty much. The Game Shark was known for that. And a couple others too that I like doing. Look at the Bond 007. If you never played Bond before, you have missed out. You have to get missed out. You got to go there and get Bond. You have to. You have to play it. It's a part of gaming history. There you go. That's what it looks like, just like that. And you can go online with your N64. Let me tell you something. I told you, my mom was a tech junkie. Anything that came out for a console system, anything, she'd have it. We'd already have it already. I saw her play all this stuff. She was a buy. She's a tech junkie. She was into that. So she spent a lot of time in the Radio Shack. She loved technology. Yep. She was fascinated by it. So that's how we got all this knowledge for all this technology was from her, because again, she was fascinated. She always bought it in the house. Every time we turned around, we had it. When the VCRs came out, we had it. When the Atari 626 we had them. We had all that stuff. Yep. When they started bringing Comcast into the neighborhood, we had all that too. We had everything. Yep. She was into that stuff. So good thing she was a tech junkie. Because we all became tech junkies. I had laser disc players when they came out. I had my own place. Got a laser disc player. Had the first CD when it first came out. I had Sony Walkman. Gee whiz, I remember those up in the day. Our brothers and them had 8-track players, reel-to-reel players. You name it, we had it. Yep, we had tech junkies. All the handheld games, Assignment, all those games that came out, I had all that stuff. Everything. Everything. Anything that came out, she got it for us. And some people say, oh, but just, but no. We had to earn that stuff in there. We had to work at the end of the day. Do our chores and all that. We won it. We knew we could get it. We just had to earn it to work to get it. Wasn't handed to you. Got to wash dishes. Got to wash floors. Got to walk the dog. Got to do this. Got to do that. Got to do your chores every week. If you don't get it at all. And we made sure we worked because we wanted them electronics badly. Because we like electronics. We got addicted because of her. Oh, on top of that, you can actually write code into your games. A lot of people did that too. They wrote codes into their games, which you can rewrite your own codes. Yeah, well, yeah, Perfect Dark. Oh, Perfect Dark. That's a good game. That's when you can slap the crap out of somebody in the game. That's you can punch somebody in the face and everything was blurry. Oh my goodness, I couldn't stop laughing how funny that was. That's when Melee was funny. When you had James Bond with the karate chop, the kung fu chop, but the freaking Perfect Dark, you could punch people in the face and they go blurry. Oh man, I just love Perfect Dark. I play at my cousin's and punch him in the face and watch him go blurry. What's another one they have on here? Oh, another game. Oh, Terror. Yeah, that's what I see with the controllers. That's basically about it. CD-ROM. Who had CD-ROM first? That's a good one. Sony have it first. I'm curious. Who had CD-ROM in gaming first? No, I know what had first. Hold on. PC would have had it first. PC has it first. Then CD-ROM. But in console, that's the interesting one. It could be Panasonic CDI, or it could be 3DO, because they both had them on there. But PC had it first when it came to the CD-ROM. Interesting. Interesting to have the CD-ROM first for anybody else. Let me see. But they also had games on floppy drives too. Let me see. And hard disk. They had the hard disk. Who had CD-ROM first on console? Like the NEC PC Engine has CD-ROM on it? Really? NEC. NEC had it first. I didn't know NEC had a gaming system in 1988. NEC PC Engine. But that's PC, wasn't it? That's not a console system, is it? What does that thing look like? They had it first? How interesting. Oh my goodness, it's a console system. I'm gonna have to buy this. I didn't even know this thing even existed. TurboGrafx 16 didn't have it, but TurboGrafx 16 did come out with a CD-ROM called Bonk's Adventure. They had a CD-ROM that can attach on the back of it. I remember that one. Oh man, I remember when they came out. That was so beautiful. Oh my goodness. NEC had a gaming system? The PC Engine? I'm about to buy one of these. Oh my goodness, look at this. It looks just like a Dreamcast. It does. It literally looks like a Dreamcast. How much are these things? This can't be cheap. Oh yeah, we knew it couldn't be cheap. Gee whiz Louise. I think it's $1,300. They're from Japan. It's a Japan system. Of course it's from Japan. Let me tell you something. The reason why the Japanese games were so popular at that particular time is because the more hardcore games that were made for the American systems were made in Japan first. So the originals, so certain games you couldn't get that were really hard to get, like Dead or Alive Volleyball, there were characters that you literally couldn't get here, couldn't get in the United States, but you can get over there. Dead or Alive, yeah, the Dead or Alive version compared to the American version was completely different. Because again, no censorship. The censorship of it was a little bit lighter. We had over here. If you're doing Dragon Ball Z, they're mostly over there. So a lot of people paid the imports. Imports are better. And they have imports for the games now? I don't think they do. That's why I said the games today, they forgot about the past. It became so high tech, they forgot about the past. They denied their own existence. Well, gaming used to be a bunch of friends all sitting around gaming. You know why? There's 4 ports on it. Everybody got a controller. One person got screwed over and he got the broken controller that never worked. But somebody had to get it and you wasn't getting it. And then they don't even figure out that his controller wasn't working right. And start yelling at you like, oh man, I cheated, I got the broken controller. I remember those days. But the minute they start removing the ports, that's when things start to go downhill. They should let the ports on. The minute they made it basically about online only, not online only, but you know what I'm talking about. Online came into play. It started to lose a bit of itself. Console was fantastic because console was about your family at the end of the day. All y'all getting together, your friends and stuff, jumping on, and basically all playing together, split screens. It's not the same anymore. Now when you play online, it's just you. That's it. And playing against somebody else somewhere else. That's all fun and good, but it still takes away from the console. At the end of the day, 4 people, your family, your brothers and sisters, all y'all playing together. It's about bringing families together. Now when you game, each person got their own console system and their own room. See the difference in that? And you say, well, PC's always been that way. Unless you're doing lab parties and everybody's all together, you know, LAN parties and everybody's all together and we're gaming and everything, that's a different story. But console's the one that started off with the 4 ports. So we all play together. So me and my brothers can go play, or your sisters can go play, or your brothers and your family can all play together. Or you can play with 2 controllers if you want, but there's nothing like 4. There's nothing like 4 controllers. That's why your buddies will come over. You play Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, or you play some game involving 4 people, like basically, you know, the game was actually pretty good. Golden Axe was another one that's pretty good at 4-player mode. Wow. Didn't even know this thing even freaking existed. That is freaking insane. I was like, what the frig is that? Mm-mm-mm. Oh, that's interesting. The first CD-ROM is called an NEC PC Engine. They were the first ones to have a CD-ROM. Who was the second gaming console to have a CD-ROM? Sega CD had it next. Alright, so yeah, I had Sega CD. I remember when they came out. They came with Soul Shark. That was one of the games that came with it. So Soul Shark, they had it next. Interesting. I know when Neo Geo got it, it sucked because the cartridge actually loaded better than the CD. The CD was so slow. Literally, you had to sit there and watch a monkey juggle in front of you as it was loading up, and it took forever. You ever played Borderlands, and you watch Claptrap walking back and forth across the screen, and just stuff is loading up. It looks like a cigarette burning in front of you. Literally, it takes a while. I'm a big fan of Borderlands, but I can't stand the loading time of Borderlands. It drives me nuts. And Claptrap is walking back and forth in front of your face frantically. Yeah, it's like that, but it's got a juggling monkey instead. And you're like, oh my goodness, like, are you freaking kidding me? I don't see her watch a juggling monkey. Yeah, you had to go through that every time to load a game. The cartridge was much faster. It was a fail, it didn't do too well. And then you had the CD-ROM for TurboGrafx 16. And TurboGrafx 16 CD-ROM. I remember when these came out, they came with Bonk's Adventure. Guy with a giant head smashing over his head like, BAM! Little caveman. Yeah, that's the CD-ROM. Can't see it from here. Hold on a minute. I was trying to get the image on it. Can't see it. I remember when they came out. How long did it last? Not long. The TurboGrafx 16 was short-lived. Came out for a couple while, came out for a few, and then it was gone. Like, next thing you know, the games were going for really, really super, super cheap. The game called, was it ColecoVision? It wasn't ColecoVision, it was something else. It was another game called ColecoVision. It was something else that had Demon Quest or something crazy on it. But it was another game that didn't last long. I can't think of the name, but we had one too. But it didn't last that long. Probably by the end of the summer, it was going out. And you had freaking, these are the big boy games. If you got the money, these were the big ones, the 16-bit system. But yeah, they had this game called something Keith, Courageous Keith. Oh man, that game was freaking good. That was a good game. I played that game every freaking day. Bloody Wolf was another one that was pretty good. Me and another guy around the corner had the system. These are trade games back and forth. I thought I was the only one had it. And he came over one day and said, oh shoot, you got a TurboGrafx 16? I was like, yes, I got one too. Oh, we could trade games. And we were trading games back and forth, which actually made it much better because the was the only one I had one on the block. And he had one too. There's another game right here. I had the Panasonic 3DO. So apparently Panasonic made a game system also. They jumped in the ring. Panasonic had one too. There's a Panasonic 3DO. I had one myself. I had this one right here. That one right there. These were more expensive. These were giant bombs. They were. It didn't last long. It didn't. I remember picking mine up. Oh man. Yeah, I got mine right when I got off from work. I told the guy at GameStop, so I was gonna go pick it up. I got this game called Glett's Adventure. It's about a gecko that just did nothing but talk through the whole freaking game, much like I'm doing right now. But he was actually, I'm saying, either way, who cares? But anyway, Yeah, he talked through the whole game. It was just a sim. It was a repeat of the same thing over and over. He just kept saying that same thing over and over again. And I'm like, Dad, Corner, like, really? Say something else. And then he'd change his face to something else. And then it'd be the same thing over and over. I couldn't take it no more. I unplugged it and went to bed. Like, do you have any idea what I went through to get that system? I saved up all this money. I did get better games later on, but I spent all my money that week on that thing. But when I got home, opened up the box, the cord was missing. Now, mind you, they took a regular cord, the same cord, excuse me, that the PlayStation takes. The exact same cord. Same thing. But back then, we thought those cords were special. So I ended up getting dressed and catching a train to go all the way down there and catch this guy. Mind you, no cell phones. So I had to call him from the house and say, hey, look, I don't got the cord. I got to pick this up. I want to play it tonight. Went to the store, picked up my Chinese food, everything. Sat down, opened up the box. Cord is missing. I got to get dressed in lightning speed, beyond human, let's put it that way. Jump on the sub, get off at South Street, which is about 2 blocks from downtown. Walk, because the bus wasn't going to get there fast enough for where I had to go to. So I had to walk 5 blocks to get to 5th and South. And the guy was just about to lock the door, and I caught him. So he was cool enough. I know him. I bought a lot of games, so they knew who I was. The guy gave me the cord, and I went home happy. I was happy, happy, happy. I had to heat my food up in the microwave. Don't care. I got my game system. Plug it in. The Glitch came on. It was amazing. The graphics were 10 times better. The sound was crystal clear. It was amazing. But the game sucked eventually. This Joker kept saying the same thing over and over again. He'd repeat the same thing, everything. And it just, the map just seemed, the game itself just seemed like it was just tedious, freaking headache. Because you were just doing the same repeat process over and over again. I'm like, this freaking sucks. Like, I'm done. I unplugged the system, went to bed. And when I got paid, I went up and got some good games for it. I got a bunch of games for it. And it got better. Got much, much better. But yeah, that Glitz was, yeah. I hated that game so much. Every time I see that freaking lizard, there he is right there. Glitz. Horrible. But I got this 4x4 game, the Street Fighter on here. Incredible. It was freaking amazing. As a matter of fact, you can go over here. Where are we at on my system here? I got music playing back here somewhere. Where's the music playing at? What's this? Here too. Music playing somewhere in here. Where are you at? Yeah, Chinese players up. Wait a minute. Get the Chinese players, and there's a music player will pop up. It's hidden in here somewhere. Where are you? Oh, here you are. Nope, that's not you. Where are you? There's a whole page in here somewhere? Like, where's this music coming from? An i7. Where the fuck are you at? Hold on for a minute. Oh, yeah. That came from, it's playing over here. I'm like, where's this music coming from? I can't find it. Oh, I'm going to change this up. I'm going on the new system. New setup. So, let me see. Let me see. Live wallpaper. Wallpaper. Okay. Live wallpaper. Live wallpaper 4K. Oh, keyboards over here. And it's a good thing my keyboard is light blue because it's going to match my iciness. The iciness. Let's see. You want to dance on me? So wallpaper. Everything on this piece is gonna be about ice. Ice, baby. Ooh, got some Sub-Zero over here in the corner. Sub-Zero. Flawless victory. No. Oh, but I like that right there. Where did it go to? Where did I just saw something that was perfect? Is this thing showing any kind of smell coming for this? I like that. Yeah, but that doesn't go out the scene of ice. I'm not feeling it. Oh, that's just basically downright sad on so many levels. It's not even funny how sad that looks. No, it's gonna give me a freaking migraine. No, it's definitely gonna give me a migraine. Ooh, I like this. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. A lot. I like it. Let me see. Can we use these on virtual cards? Let me see something for a minute. Let's put you over here next to let's go to ice. Ice wallpaper. See if this actually works. So where'd it go? Where did it go? I don't even know. Where's the ice wallpaper I just put in here? It just disappears. I'm gonna folder and it just totally just disappears as it go on. Oh, life, I'll tell you what. Well, that's not there. Wait, don't we got pictures of snow? But I like this one. It's like it's actually blowing in my face, man. I want this one right here. I want this one right here. I'm gonna try to take you again. All right, let me see. It should be in here because I got it right there. There it is, ice wallpaper. So what happened here? So it's not there. So where the freak did it go? We just saved it. Let it save it. Do you again? Save you again. Here we go. There, save you again. Where you at? You wanna go in there again? Alright then, yeah, you should have been in there. Let me see, it says it back on desktop. There we go. Now let me see if I got my iciness in there. I got the iciness. It's not giving me the whatchamacallit. It's not giving me the frosty look. Oh, you can't do that. I forgot. Okay, whatever. Let's just do it this way instead. At least we got it. Let me see. Inside of a cold refrigerator wallpaper. Yeah, that's fun here. Let me see. Gee whiz, seriously? And what in the world? Like, why does your fridge look like that? I like this. This is actually definitely what I like. I like it. I like it a lot. No. I said ice frozen refrigerator thumbnail. Aren't you supposed to be in ice pictures? What are you doing here? This is not supposed to be. I put a whole new folder in there. I'm not supposed to be in that section. Doing too much. That's why I can't find stuff because folders go bounce someplace else. Let me see. Just had you. We got the power system. We're gonna have to put sleeves on that power system. That's what we're gonna have to do. Power system is not sleeveless, but you don't care because you're not gonna see it anyway. But we still have to paint the power system because it needs to be icy. It has to be icy. If it's not icy, it's not an icy. Nicey to be icy. Let me see. Come on. I know I just put you in here. Come on. Let's be nice. I know you're in here. I know it. I just put you in here. Don't jerk me around. Oh, we got to upgrade that too. I'm gonna put a new design on that. Go to find this icy part because I need this on my refrigerator. I can't wait to finish my PC. When my case gets here, I can't wait. I'm like a schoolgirl with a new dress. A schoolgirl with a new dress. That's a whole lot of giddy. No, it's supposed to be giddy like a schoolgirl with a new dress, and that's a whole lot of giddy. Giddy. My case is all white. Gorgeous. All right, calm it down. Come here, you're doing too much. Oh, 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 I just saw it right there. Ice wallpaper, bam. All right, get him in there, get him in there. All right, cool. Let's see what else we got in here. Wow, that's pretty cool. Yeah, stickers all over the freaking door. That's pretty cool. I would basically polish that with a nice coating, and that way it doesn't get wrecked if somebody throws food on or something happens. So stuff happens in the refrigerator all the time. Let me see. Oh, I saw that refrigerator. The one that basically scans your food when it goes in. It tells you whether your food's going bad or blah, 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 and all that stuff like that. And you can order your new food. You know that we did that already, right? LG had it already a long time ago. This would be a Wi-Fi refrigerator, about $15,000. Guess what? It didn't work well. Yeah, I've been there and done that. That's already seen that one already. They had the LG had one. If you really want to talk about spending money for refrigerator, get a Sub-Zero. That's a very, very, very expensive refrigerator. The new ones they have, I don't like them too much. The old ones used to have all the the wooden cabinets. They're hidden in wooden cabinets. Couldn't tell which was which. All right, let me see. Jeez, got these other refrigerators right here. That's better. That's more neat. That's neat. Yeah. You need to defrost your fridge. I can understand people that all that ice build up. That thing gets smaller and smaller. Unplug it or defrost that freaking thing. That ice, I had to defrost the refrigerators all the time. Constantly had to defrost refrigerators all the time. But somebody did not defrost the refrigerator. Just refused to learn. Simple and easy. Go in there. If you can't get the rest of it up, go in there with a hammer and a freaking screwdriver and it'll pop right on out. When the kids stand in front of the refrigerator talking about there's nothing to eat. Make that decision with the door shut. Which is funny because you did it yourself. Well, I like this one too. I think I'm gonna go with the other one. I like the inside of the refrigerator. That's kind of interesting to me. Let's see. Inside the refrigerator, popsicles wallpaper. What do we get? Oh, popsicles. Yeah. Yeah. That's like having that deep freezer. I had a buddy, mom had a deep freezer. It was always filled with popsicles. Always filled with popsicles. We go over there. She's like, okay, take what you want. And get them popsicles out of there. Man, the open, I get blasted with all that cold air. Poor man, it was amazing just want to crawl up here and that baby get free popsicles. Mom always kept that thing stacked with popsicles. Like, it's never ever empty. It was always stacked. I don't know if she worked in a place like that or his father worked in a place like that. You didn't ask questions when you had that many popsicles staring you in the face. You were like, you know what? I'm just gonna chill. I don't know who worked for what, but whatever they did, man, that freaking freezer, and I'm talking about a freezer you set on the floor. That sucker was always filled with ice cream, ice pops, all kinds of stuff. Every day we got something different. Man. That's why I said built a little different because back then the kids eat ice cream. That's it, it's cool. Everybody ate ice cream. Nowadays, parents are freaking losing marbles because the kid had a freaking popsicle. Because they go, what's in it? What's in it? Better not be this. It can't be that. This. I've never seen people so allergic to so much stuff I've never seen in my entire life. When I was a kid, we ate all kinds of crap at the end of the day. We never had those kind of problems. Nowadays, God, you can't have this, you can't have that, you can't have this, you can't have that, blah, 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 this and that, da, 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 da. Like, gee, does he eat? Does he eat anything? We can't have that, he can't have this, and the glucose. We've been eating that stuff for years. Are you freaking kidding me? All the stuff y'all banned now the kids can't have. They wonder why they're so weak and frail. Could you cut out all that stuff in the day? That stuff was actually good for you. We had it when we were kids. If that was the case, and what we did was so reckless and whatever back then, you wouldn't exist right now. Without our existence, you don't exist. People don't understand that. If your parents didn't grow up to be who they are now, you wouldn't exist. It'd be virtually impossible. You'd be a malnourished baby. You would never survive. So the fact that we were the more stronger generation is the reason why your existence exists for Gen Z. Wherever Gen you want to put up there. At the end of the day. Because we were built tougher. Gen Z be getting ticked off at me. Like, I had literally had this conversation. Like, look, if half the stuff that we ate was bad and could easily take us out, you wouldn't be here. So apparently something was right. But then the stuff that they eat at the end of the day, I'm like, okay, your immune system is not going to work correctly. At the end of the day, you gotta eat this stuff. And it's not bad at the end of the day. Who came with that dumb idea saying at the end of the day that would kill you? Because we've eaten that stuff for years, man. Gluten. You gotta be gluten free. Gluten. What the freak? Seriously? I was in there crying one time because one of them came downstairs and said, well, make sure it's gluten free. I was like, that's a word that would never enter my vocabulary as a kid. Make sure it has plenty of sugar. Right there, this man can't be wheat journal, can't be this, can't be that. I give my kid nothing but tofu burgers. At the end of the day, I think kids should have meat. That's all to it. They want a hamburger, let them have a hamburger. Don't push your freaking point of views on them. At the end of the day, I'm not trying to tell people how to parent, but it sucks. At the end of the day, if your wife is a vegetarian, then you be a vegetarian in your own world. Don't bring that nonsense over here. I used to hate that crap. I had some friends that were like that. I ate a hamburger right in front of you. I couldn't really care less at the end of the day. That's your opinion. Keep your opinion over there. If I got kids, my kids are going to be meat eaters. If they decide later on they don't want to eat meat, they don't eat meat. That's it. Give them their own will to figure out what they want. Don't push that nonsense. I used to walk over into freaking Whole Foods. Whole Foods, before they got meat in it, didn't have meat. It was nothing but grains and wheat and barley and whatever crap they had in there. But anyway, they never had no meat in there before. When I was going there, there was no meat. And these people walk around in these little shopping carts that have a little cart at the top and cart at the bottom. And they were all so frail and weak. You can just see them. Now look, at the end of the day, I'm not busting on vegetarians at the end of the day. I see some really strong ones, people vegetarians that work out and all that stuff. That's good and all. But that's your meal at the end of the day. Don't push it on other people. I'm a meat eater at the end of the day. I wouldn't push it on you. Because you don't like it, I'll eat a hamburger in front of you because that's just what I'm going to do. I like hamburgers. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to push it on you because it's not your world. And your world's not mine. But some of the people in there, I've met vegetarians that work out and stuff like that, and they're good in shape, but I've met some people at the end of the day that really eat a hamburger once in a while. Because these people were so frail. Oh my goodness, they were frail. Like literally one guy, and on top of that, you can see the control factor of it all. Because I went in there with a freaking Wendy's hamburger. A friend was going there, and she gets all that stuff. She eats meat at the end of the day, but she likes some of the healthy food they have in there. And she's like, hey, do you want to go to freaking Whole Foods? And I was like, why not? It's a road trip, whatever, I don't care. It gets me out of the house. I was programmed at the time, so I barely got out. I was always working in front of a machine. So we go to Whole Foods, and I walk in there, and I got a freaking hamburger in my hand. And it's like, everywhere I walked, it's like, you can see the look
and the women were disgusted. They were just so disgusted. By some guys were disgusted at a hamburger. Oh look, man, I had a wife beater on. I'm doing. I work out. I was still taking. I was doing martial arts around that time. So at the end of the day, my body's in fantastic shape. So who cares what you think at the end of the day? I can eat this and still be in shape. What are you going to say at the end of the day? You're going to come up to me and say, well, this is not good for your body. My body's in better shape than yours at the end of the day. If I sneeze, you'll blow out a window somewhere. So it was hilarious, but everybody was very polite, very nice. But I did get some really rude looks because of the hamburger. But anyway, I was in line, and the way the guy was staring at the hamburger, it's almost like his wife was telling him that he can't have meat. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm sorry. You get one life. I'm not trying to cause any fussing or argument between people at the end of the day, but you got to man up. You want a hamburger? Go get yourself a hamburger. That's what you do. I met men at the end of the day that say, "Oh, I can't have meat." And she finds out I can't have meat. We call those whipped at the end of the day. Go get yourself a hamburger. That's what you want to eat. Go eat a hamburger. That's what you eat. You're going to spend the rest of your life, what, 50 years in a marriage, 30 years in a marriage, or whatever, and you can't eat? You're going to get a rabbit every day, even though that's not you. If that is you, then enjoy it. If it's not, you go get a hamburger. And the guy was just sitting there. I could have literally sold that hamburger for $50 when we got the money. He would have bought it. Just like that. You can't have it. And that's your wife or your mom? Because I get them confused. Like, which one is which? I can't have it because Barbara doesn't want me to eat meat. She said it's unhealthy for me. And I can see if you're 300 pounds and basically on the verge of death, you know what I mean? And basically you really should eat healthier. I can understand that 100%. 100% I can understand that. Because you should take care of yourself. When you get yourself down to the ideal weight, then you can have one of those hamburgers at the end of the day. That's the treat at the end of the day. But if you are in shape and you're good to go, then you need to go get a hamburger. Because I had a friend like that. We all wanted to eat. We all had hamburgers. He didn't want nothing. As a matter of fact, I had cheesesteak. I had a cheesesteak hamburger. That's what I had. But anyway, he couldn't eat any of it. I said, I'll buy it for you. What do you want? He said, no, man, I got money, man. I'm good with that. I said, I just can't have it. What you mean you can't have it? You know, she's going to smell on my breath. It's time for divorce. Literally time for divorce. You're living in a prison at the end of the day. You got to be in the garage eating a hamburger? Are you kidding me? Now, I'm just saying, if you're on a diet, a strict diet, and your heart's involved, and you're talking about then yeah, you need to kick the junk food, go on a diet, so you can live longer. But if you mean to tell me you can't have a hamburger because your wife is controlling and she's telling you you can't have a hamburger, no, I'm going to have a hamburger. I wish any woman that I date at the end of the day would tell me what and what I can't eat. I'll work out more than you at the end of the day. You're going to tell me what I can't eat. Just like buy whatever I want. I buy whatever I want. You see when I was in that house? Do you see me not buying what I wanted? I bought my own games. I bought this. I bought that. I bought whatever the freak I want. You know why? Because I paid for all the bills. As long as the bills are all paid for, rent's paid for, money's in the bank, and we got money to go from A to B here and there, I buy what I want. That's how that works for me. For other people, it's a joint thing. Because, you know, you have a joint thing, you work together as a team, so-and-so. I'm different. I buy everything. Which means since I pay for all bills, I pay for everything else in the place, everything that's needed, there's money in the bank, I buy whatever I want. That's the end of it. I had women like that would try to tell me that, well, you need someone to help you with, no. I make this money, you don't. I buy whatever I want. You get a job, you buy whatever you want. That's it. All the bills are paid for because I take care of everything, so you don't have to worry about any expenses. So you can get yourself a job. If you want to make some extra money, Bobby's trying to buy. If you want something from me, I'll give you money to buy whatever you want to buy, but I buy whatever I want. If I want to go buy a $600 Lionel train set, I got a $600 Lionel train set. There you go. That's how that one works. In every relationship I'm in, no one tells me what I can't buy. So, first responsibilities, take care of the bills, make sure rent's paid, make sure we got money in the bank for whatever crap that may come up. And there, we're good. She got clothes, I got gear, whatever, we're shopping, buy whatever we need, and the rest of the money we stick it in the bank. But if I see a $600 train set, I'm buying it. We went to someplace, I forgot what the place was called, Shady Maples, and they had a store below, and they had a Batman frame in a frame. I'm not a big fan of Batman, but I freaking love the whole set. It's beautiful how they did Batman. I had to have it. They wanted $800 for the artwork, so I paid it. I paid $800 and I bought it. And she didn't say anything about it because that's usually what I buy stuff like that. But the other people that were with her co-workers were like, "Wait a minute, you paid it $800 for this artwork?" I said, "Yeah, that's what I wanted." Because at the end of the day, they got to go decision making about who makes what. But I'm a little different. I own my own company, so I bought whatever frick I want. So yeah, I had $1,500 on me that day. I took $1,500 when I go shopping because I didn't know what was down there. She told me about this shop. She showed me pictures, and they had a lot of classy stuff down there. I'm thinking, okay, it's a little expensive down there. I wanted to take some money with me, so I took $1,500 with me. But everything was paid for. So I saw $800 Batman poster and behind frame and had a light over top of it. It was gorgeous. And I was like, I want that. So I bought it. Well, actually, it wasn't technically a poster. It was actually a painting, but it was actually beautifully done. I'm not a big fan of Batman, but that thing I had to have. It was gorgeous. But now, older, much older, life is a little different now. I make money, but I just don't spend it because there's no point because I'm not taking it with me anywhere. I'm not taking nothing with me. So that's it. Pretty much. Things change in time. You don't see things the same way anymore. My whole collection sits in a storage area collecting dust. I don't go near it. I got collectible toys sitting in storage areas collecting dust. I don't touch them. And that's what happens as you get older. You lose interest. And I have the technology I work on, my arts and crafts and stuff like that. That's pretty much it. But this time around, it's so different because not in a relationship, not married, don't have kids, but I have a cat, which I call Taco over there. And I have more money now, and I buy whatever I want. But I don't want to be in a relationship, ever. I like my freedom. I really do like my freedom. See, that's what the naysayers understand. When you're lonely, oh, heck no. I got freedom, baby. I can go where I want, do what I want. I was doing that already from the door, but this is absolute freedom. Nobody nagging me, no one getting on my nerves. I don't gotta hear nobody's voice but mine at the end of the day. It is such a wonderful thing. You have no idea. I freaking love it so much. There is no way in the world to get a relationship and mess that up. Nope. I got girlfriends I take out to dinner. We go to a nice restaurant. I got enjoy a nice company time with a beautiful woman. And she go home. That's it. My place is mine. I decorate the way I wanted to. It's mine. Freedom. Yeah. I don't like the fact of having someone around my arm 24/7, in my face 24/7. I don't like it at all. When I was in a 5-year relationship, I didn't like it too much. It started off real nice, but then after a while, I was like, oh, I don't like it. Some people are happy when they're alone. They like it that way. I like solitude. It's quiet. Just me and the cat, that's it. When I get my farm, me, God, and the cat. You know how you see like these beautiful homes on Facebook? They're out in the middle of nowhere, and they say, hey, you can live out here with no Wi-Fi. If you can live out here with no Wi-Fi, you can have this home. I can easily do that. But you know what would make that place absolutely paradise? No one out there to get on my freaking nerves. That's what would make it. Let me explain something to you. One thing I learned when I was in a relationship. It's all happy and joy. It is. But you got to remember, it's not going to be happy and joy every single day. You're going to have days where that person's going to drive you crazy, get on your nerves, stress you out, all that bull crap. I ain't trying to have that. Every day for me is fantastic. Every day. I don't have one bad day. When you're tied, when you're emotionally tied into a relationship, the slightest thing that person can say could wreck your entire day. Food don't taste right. It can be sunny outside. It's raining in your world all day long. They can control your emotions. So the fact that a person, you can link together with them and they can control your emotions, because there's always a bad side to everything. No, I don't want that. I like the fact of having control over everything. I couldn't wait until I got my brain back to where it was. When I came out of the relationship, I couldn't wait so I can get myself back centered to where I was, where I had no emotions and no feelings. I like that part of myself. Don't get me wrong. I care for people and I can understand what they're going through. But as in caring for another human being on that level, oh heck no, I'm not going through that crap ever again. You've got to pay me enough money to go through that nonsense. I got freedom. The heart's not tethered to anything. That's what I like about my life. That's what people understand. I don't care how well the people you see on YouTube videos, lovey-dovey, it ain't like that all the time. They have some of the worst arguments and fights and all this and that. There's a lot of stress behind all that crap. I don't want it. I don't have to deal with it. I remember getting into an argument with my ex, real bad argument, and my whole day be shot. Be depressed the whole day over that nonsense. Someone having control over my emotions. I don't like that. So, the new life I have now, I love it so much. So when they say that, oh, you're lonely, oh, no, no, no. How could I be lonely? You know how my brain operates? So many things I build and design on a daily basis. I'm always occupied, always buying something, always building something, always putting something together. I got true freedom. I like my life. Now, for some people, I'm not putting down marriage life. Marriage life is you. You love marriage life. That's what you like. I got people in my family that love to be married. They love it. They can deal with the arguments, the fights, all that. They can go through all that. They like their life. They like marriage life. And then there are people in this world who don't like any of it at all. We prefer to be by ourselves and be left alone. As long as I'm in my world and I can do whatever I want, create and design what I like, I'm happy. If I have someone else in my life disrupting that world, not so happy. And that's one of the things I found out about myself when I was in that 5-year relationship. I was not happy. I like the world that I'm in, but I'm surrounded by all these trinkets and computers and technology I get to work on, I get to design and build, and nothing gets to disrupt that world. I'm a happy person. So the only thing reason why that relationship worked for 5 years, because she was a workaholic. She spent most of her time at work, where I could spend all my time doing videos. So you ever notice when I did video demonstrations, there was no one walking around in the environment? There you go. How do you do 11,000 videos? Well, at that time she wasn't there. At the time I was doing the videos in all 3 houses, you never see anybody walking around, did you? Yeah, because you're at work all the time. That's how to get all that work done. I couldn't get any work done if I had somebody running all through the place and screaming and yelling and this, that, and the other, and blah, 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 and her friends come over and all that nonsense, and blah, 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 blah. I couldn't do that crap the other day. No. And that's the other part of it all. You got to meet her family. She got to meet your family. You got to get to know her friends. You got to get to know your friends. And then that crap's intertwined together. And they're all hanging out together all at the same time. And you know, when you go through the separation process, you don't have to figure out what friends you're going to have, what you're going to keep, and blah, 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 blah. No, I'm good. Peace of mind. I could never understand when I met people that basically were around my age, why they didn't want to be bothered with anybody when they want to save themselves. It's peace of mind is worth more than anything in the world. There's no amount of money on this planet that basically is worth more than peace of mind. I love that. So when I meet beautiful women out there, and they think at the end of the day that Mr. Bird wants to have a relationship and have kids and settle down and have their own no, that's not my idea of life. My idea for me is being in this huge, massive barn with computers on this side and technology and working on here and a whole engineer shop over here and a hammock. Refrigerator in the corner. That's my idea of a home for me. I love it. I'm around my technology all day. Outside, I'm working on projects here, and I'm working on projects right here. It's a mess, but yet it's organized. It's chaos, but yet it's normal. I like that life. That's me. I don't care about fancy furniture and all that stuff. I don't care about that stuff. As long as I'm surrounded by the technology that I love and I enjoy every single day, that's all that matters to me. So that's why I can understand when people sit there. The only time the reason I bought all that furniture and stuff in that home was for that person. I don't need that stuff. I don't want it. It's not the kind of life I like. I bought that for somebody else to live in a comfortable world. If it was up to me, I wouldn't have lived in any of those houses. Up to me, I could have got myself a great big warehouse. and just basically, like I said, surround myself with technology, other stuff I want to work on. It's like the basement, and I can basically have a sofa down. I can go down and chill and just lay down and just put in the day, be left alone. That's me. That's my life. Oh man, that'd be beautiful. I think I might do that instead. I think instead of building a house, I think I'm gonna build me a barn style kind of home. Something with I can work with my shop, nice little hammock in a corner. That's a good idea to tell you the truth. Little refrigerator to the side. That's basically about it. Compost toilet over here in the corner. I love it. I think that's a fantastic idea. And especially something with a nice big skylight area where I can actually see the light and the stars push through with a nice telescope up there so I can study the stars. See, that's the world I like. That's what I like at the end of the day. I couldn't care less about everything else. Luxury furniture, I don't want that stuff. I want a barn house style home. That's what I want. A place that's basically for a person who's a mechanic, his dream place is a place where he has his car in his living room. And he has an area where basically he has nothing but tools, and that's me at the end of the day. I like that. That's my world. So the ultimate home for me would pretty much be no walls. I can't stand walls. Walls are rules at the end of the day for me. Hammock in the corner, maybe some cot or something in the back or something. I don't care. Nice little refrigerator to the side. Don't need much at the end of the day. The majority of that shop is going to be nothing but basically tables and tables of either computers and stuff I'm building and working on projects and all that stuff. That's what I like. And no one there to disrupt my peace. At all. Period. I can spend there for the rest of my life. And for people saying you get lonely, you can't get lonely when your brain functions on my level. I built so much technology, so much stuff on engineering, so much on design, it's not even funny. I'm literally working on 8 different computers right now. I'm actually building another one right now, and this one right here I'm working on right now, in 4 different forms of formulas at the same time. As a matter of fact, I got 2 to make tonight. And that's hologram technology I'm working on. As a matter of fact, where's the other container at for the other hologram technology? I got 4 under the table right now. 4 formulas under the table, ready to go. That's what some of these containers are for, to store my formulas in. I'm like, good gracious, does he ever stop? No, I do not stop. Man, that's what I would do, man. If I had a degree and maybe I knew anything about basically engineering, I got a little bit of that knowledge, but not a lot. Man, I'd be somewhere building a Gundam. Literally, I'd be in there building a Gundam. Or a rocket ship to be able to leave the planet, go someplace else. It was possible to be able to travel from one place to the next. If other planets were habitable, I would just leave. I would just build a rocket ship and just leave. Go someplace else. See what it's like over there. I got no responsibilities. I got no kids. Got no wife. Nothing. I can go wherever the frick I want. So if I want to go there and study something, I can just go there and study. That's what I love about it. So questions that were asked, I said, there's all women that work here. The questions I was asked, was I married? I said, nope, not married, no kids, nothing. I like my life of basically having the freedom to go where I want. Right now, if I was in a relationship, I'd be talking to somebody on the phone. Right now, about their freaking day. Well, how's your day go? Wasting hours having a conversation, talking to them when I could be building something, putting something together, assembling something. Oh, the friends are coming up tonight, and we're all going to meet up and go somewhere. Duh. Yeah, I gotta meet your friends. I hate that, meeting other people's friends. Ooh, ice cream truck. I don't want to do all that stuff at the end of the day. I got friends I hang out with, we chill, we go to the game and stuff like that. No, that's it. We got some cool friends to hang out with. I'm not saying at the point where I just alienate everybody, it's just I don't want to be in that relationship part of it all. Nah. Besides, it conflicts with my work. Got things to do. Things to do. Not into that, no. I can't get into it, nope. I got things to do. Finally got my head back together. I can start working and function some of the stuff. I'll get a massive telescope. Oh man, to just sit there, rock back in the chair and just watch the stars all day long, man, that is absolutely beautiful, man. That's what I want. That's literally what I want now. I know exactly what I want now. I need a big barn. Nothing too big, but I need a big barn. I need a big bay window, something that basically looks off into the sunset. That'd be beautiful. And just a shop. That's what I want. I want a shop. Every place, you ever notice that every place I laid my head at, it literally ended up turning into a place that I work at? I like my job. I really do. I don't care for fancy. I got all that fancy furniture for a woman. That's what I bought all that stuff for. The sofas and all that stuff. That's for a woman. For me, I couldn't care less about that stuff. Yeah, that's what I want. A big shop full of nothing but technology everywhere. Oh man, that would be fantastic. I'm gonna look this up. I need a workshop, an area to do my artwork at, an area I can work on my arts and crafts, a section where I can actually build my computers at, oh, testing area. Oh, it'd be fantastic. How did you hook the VR glasses up to a telescope? See, that's the kind of stuff I want to get into. Like, I know that basically they have VR simulators, but can you hook a VR system up to a telescope to see what's out in outer space? You know how sick that would be at the end of the day? Has anyone invented that yet? That'd be cool. Can you imagine it? Instead of looking through a telescope, you can strap on VR glasses. You can navigate it. Oh my goodness. Now, see, that's something I would be interested in seeing somebody do. Because you got to look through this little lens, but that's not, you're not in outer space. You're not really there. But imagine being able to hook up a pair of VR glasses that you can control the telescope with your hands. And you can actually explore outer space through what a telescope sees through your VR glasses. That's the kind of stuff I think about. That would be amazing. Absolutely amazing. Yes, my brain functions in a whole different world. So, let me see. Barn workshop. See, I don't want anything like this. I want something, I want an old barn, like a real old barn. I want layers to it, you know what I mean? See, I like what he has over here.
High-end versions of the video. Today I will show you how you can implement that images in your studio.
See?
To help you well, I thought this would be a quick overview of what I call Workshop 2.
I like this. This is nice. I want mine a little bit taller, a little higher. That's still nice. We've got to clean it up in there a bit though. It's a little chaotic in there. Still. Let's see anything here. It's making a small workshop from an old wooden barn. Okay, he's still working in there. Alright, he's still hooking it up. Alright. Man, I got that whole thing out, man. I know exactly how to start working in there. I got that whole thing out first. That's the fun part, to gut it out before we put into it. But I need a bigger barn than that. It's not what I see in my head. See? But that's a huge barn. That's a really big barn. We don't think that big. Oh, but that'll do. That's exactly what's in my head right now. I'm really looking at this. This is amazing right there. Amazing. But I want levels. I want an area where I can walk around. If you got an area you can walk around. See right here, you can walk right here. Oh, that would be amazing. Because I would make an area that pretty much curves here, like it curves in right here like this, and make that blow out this whole entire area and make it so I can look right through it. So I'm going to see the stars and everything. Put a Hubble, like a little bubble there, so you can look out into it. Oh, that'd be sick. That'd be sick. I would push the bubble out, so you can actually lay out in the bubble and you can see all around. That would be sick. So you can look up and you can see the stars all around you. That would be amazing. That'd be absolutely amazing. Just a in my workshop. Yeah, it's a gorgeous barn right there. I want old-fashioned built. I like the old-fashioned built. Nothing made out of steel. I don't want none of that. I want an old-fashioned built barn.
That's what I liked about the garage.
That's what I liked about it. I liked the garage. Because again, like I said, didn't need all that. Same thing I'm gonna do with my barn. I'm gonna put a compost toilet in. I'm putting in a makeshift kitchen. Nothing fancy at all. Nice refrigerator, a little sink in there. That's basically about it. Like a makeshift small kitchen. That's all. And I'm basically going to the rest of it's all just for work. That's it. Because that's all I like to do is work. Man, I can have a whole section, like a whole freaking section for all my arts and crafts, supplies, trays, cardboard boxes, glues, paints, all that stuff. Man, soldering table. Oh my goodness, all the stuff I have for my soldering table, all my pinchers and magnifying glasses, all that stuff. Section for all my computers and things. I'm going to build a modification, a huge, massive whiteboard. I can draw whatever I want on it. Design, build, drag and drop. That'll be freaking cool at the end of the day. And then I can put in my massive screens. Anything I want to design outside with my projection screen technology. And go out there and just watch a movie out there. On my own land, with me and my cat and God, and no one else to disrupt my peace. And all we do out there is just build. That's it. That's all I want to do is build.
Yep. Power tools, all that good stuff. Everything. I have a ton of power tools. A lot of power. I love to build wood. So yeah. Definitely wood. That ain't a bad idea. That is not a bad idea. I was thinking about doing a tiny home, but I don't think I want a tiny home anymore. I think I need something big. Nothing too big. I don't want to get lost in that sucker, or something big enough where I can basically have all my toys in there to build. And me and my buddy were talking about drone security systems. That's definitely what I'm going to pick up. So they have drone security systems where you can have anywhere from 12 to 30 drones patrolling your property, and yes, they are armed. I don't kill anybody, but I think a good tranquilizer, no, can't do tranquilizer. What are you, crazy? Can't do tranquilizer. Somebody might react right to the tranquilizer. You're going to have an issue. Stun gun, yeah, you can have those. Yeah, so yeah, drone system. Oh, you would never know this is that. Never. No. I would upload anything. Complete cutoff from online. We don't need it. You wouldn't even know where that place is even located. Mind you, it's on land at the end of the day. So, again, if you were to stumble on that property, you're on my land. So you think about that. Just give you an idea. Alright, then let's leave it at that. Alright, so yeah, but you're never going to find it. Besides, at that particular point, once I reach that state of that kind of money at the end of the day, my team that I'm going to be hiring to bring on board to hunt people down that are going to be out doing things you shouldn't be doing, it's going to be the other way around. My team, I'm going to have literally an amazing, excellent legal team, which I'm going to spend a lot of money for, and some individuals I'm bringing on board. They're fantastic too. On top of that, you have to have these people in place because you have a lot of weirdos. So if you're contacted by that guy over and over again, all of a sudden he said goodbye because he thought you were going to forget about him. Oh, no. I went out today and had a conversation with a few people that are not going to figure out to track his whereabouts, figure out where he's at, and come get him. You ain't going to get away with that nonsense at the end of the day. Oh, heck no. No. I'd be careful about going to the door because you never know what's going to pop up at your front door. And keep in mind, they will be law enforcement officers. You know, everything's done legit and by the book. Yeah, I'm going to get him hunted. I'm going to get somebody to track him down and figure out where he's at. So, yeah, we have to go to the FBI for it. So all his messages, when I contacted the company over here, we got all his stuff is logged in. So we're going to take that folder and send it over to the FBI. We're going to file an initial complaint against this guy for cyber stalking and all his terrorist threats and everything. And then from there, yeah, they're going to base a loss investigation and track where he's at. Then bring him from the court. So we can basically give him a little jail time because he needs about 5-10 years in jail to think about what he did. And we'll sue the daylights out of him. Literally, I don't know how dumb you would have to be to contact. This is not my cell phone you're contacting. This is a company you just contacted that does our calls for us. That's who you contacted. And they keep a log of everything. So they can go to court and testify that basically they have you on timestamp of you contacting and calling us, and they can listen and hear everything what you're saying. You know, my phone calls are all monitored, right? For training purposes? Yeah, they are. So when you speak and carry on, act up like that, yeah, a security protocol goes up, and they start listening to conversations. all your stuff is logged in. So this company is going to submit these documents over to the FBI to get it taken care of. So we'll be seeing you soon, real soon. And soon enough, I'll have your first name, last name, because we know it's not whatchamacallit. We checked on all that. It came up blank, so he's still, I don't know, somewhere. But anyway, as long as he stays up there, he's good. But as for that person at the end of the day, oh, I'm going to meet you real soon. But the difference is when I meet you at the end of the day, the two terms, is it going to be a good term or a bad term? And a bad term means that you're going to court, you're getting sued. And because you did attack my company, and we have witnesses, because again, they have you logged in on how many times you called in, and they have every single message on file, well, that's considered to be cyberbullying to my business, and that's a 5 to 10 year prison sentence. So, goodbye, freedom. Gee whiz, it's going to be an interesting year. I don't know why. People do dumb stuff. Literally. That's why we chose the company. I had several 800 companies I could have went to. I chose them because of what they do. They have a security protocol that does that. And this dummy kept contacting us and cutting up and carrying on and cutting up and carrying on. And I was like, fine by it. Doesn't make a difference when we delete it. As I told you, stuff doesn't disappear. All your stuff is logged in. So now we got to hire somebody. FBI is involved in it. But I want you a little faster. So I got to pay the money for somebody, a private investigator, to track you out. I'm going to come to your state. I'm going to get a warrant for your arrest. I'm going to get you in front of a judge as fast as I possibly can. And since the FBI is going to be working on your case, well, there you go. We'll have you in federal court in no time at all. And then you'll be in the courtroom crying to Mr. Berger about how you're sorry and how you didn't mean to make that mistake. I heard the whole thing 1,000 times. And it was, you have mental problems or whatever crap they think of at the end, they try to get out of it. And if they're going to plead deal, we go, no, we don't want to plead deal. We need to teach this person a lesson. We can contact them, make sure it doesn't happen again. And la-da-da-da-da-da-da, you're going to get sentenced. And that's pretty much comes for that. You can get some jail time out of it. And then after that, we just sue you. Because we won the court case. The next thing that follows on is a lawsuit goes behind that because we already won the court case. You found you guilty, so we sue you next. And then once I get my judgment, whether you show up or not, we don't care. I'll go to execute judgment and liquidate the rest of your stuff and take it from you. Now, for those people sitting at the end of the day saying, oh, you just Rufus, no. If you do dumb stuff, this is what happens to you. Like if you go into a bank and you put a gun to the teller and you ask for money, expect for things to happen, bad things to happen. You will go to jail. You might get shot to death in a hail of bullets. You could be in a police chase, possibly. You could kill someone else or kill yourself. This is what's going to happen. So you have no one to blame but yourself when you do dumb stuff. He's a grown man at the end of the day contacting my company and ranting and carrying on and casting out threats. So guess what? He got himself in that situation. And now he's going to put one of those goodbyes. You're never going, oh, no, buddy. We're going to come get you. So I want you to know that Mr. Bird is not working on you. Don't get comfortable. Just so you know. Don't get comfortable. Ever. Because I'm going to basically track you down and I'm going to get you in front of a judge. Can't get mad about that. And then when you get on YouTube and they want to rant and carry on, talking about, oh, he's hunting me and this, that, and the other. He hired an investigator and I can't go to my door. I can't go to work. Got to worry somebody's going to pop up and give me papers and stuff. Well, who did that? You did that to yourself, right? All right, then. What the heck are you crying about? Gee whiz Louise. I've never seen such a crybaby race of people. At the end of the day, I'm talking about everybody. I'm not saying that the race of people, but I'm talking about people just do dumb stuff and then complain about getting caught. What do you think is going to happen? What do you think? I'm going to go out there and give you an award at the end of the day? Oh, thank you for basically stalking my company and basically sending messages every day. Thank you so much. We appreciate it so much. We really needed someone to just contact us and act up. And there's going to be a fool. Do you really think that that's what's going to happen to you? No, I'm going to take everything from you. You're dumb enough to contact me, you do dumb stuff. Expect what's going to happen to you.
not a nice person in court. I'm not. I'm gonna take everything from you. It was just a joke. No, that becomes a problem at the end of the day. Because the courts don't see it as a joke. They see it as cyber harassment. That's what they see it as. So you're going to have to figure a way how you're going to pay me. And keep in mind, I can sue you for a ton of money in this process because I got your voice on recording. I got you. This is how much evidence. People say how dumb they are. We got your voice on a recording. Let me show this to the judge. At somewhere around 37 times contacting my company, we had your voice. So you're in a courtroom, you're listening to your voice being played out in front of the judge, it's going to be pretty bad. So expect some time. Don't even bother to mind you, my lawyers are expensive, so you will be paying my legal costs too. You don't learn. You're getting me paid. You know that, right? Every time I take one of you guys to court and I sue you, you get me paid. Jamie literally got me paid off Wix. I'm suing Wix. I got a lawsuit going against Wix now. For I ain't gonna tell you how much it is, but it's a lot of money. Wix has to pay me a lot of money because they allowed Jamie to tamper with my freaking copyrights. And we're both Wix users at the end of the day. That's what makes it worse. And we actually sent out transcripts multiple times. We contacted them and told them what he was doing, and they ignored it for 6 months. 6 months to a year. So now they're being sued for millions of dollars. So he got me rich. Yeah, it's an open shut case. I told you what's going to happen. They ain't going to make it to court. There's no way in the world they're going to let that thing go to court. Get on court records? They don't want on court records. We're going to go to arbitration. That's what's going to happen. They're going to give me whatever the frick I asked for to keep me happy. And since I do like this service, like I said, the service is fantastic. It's the copyright part that's kind of jacked up. They're probably going to change all that, fix the copyrights, and make them a lot more better. But until then, they have to pay Mr. Bird because they messed up. And my copyrights are real. And they're posted right directly on my website so everybody can see them. So yeah, Wix got to pay me a ton of money. And that they shall. Pay me a lot of money. And it's a lot of money they're going to pay me. So everything happens for a reason. Just like when I sat there and said, Lord, why in the world is this guy able to take our copyrights and do what he wants to do with them, and Wix won't remove his website? Everything happens for a reason. Because Wix is going to pay us a ton of money. That's why. And every lawyer I told this to, they were like, oh, shoot, yeah, Wix is worth a couple $2 billion. Yeah, they messed up big time. So Jamie got me paid a lot of money. So I ended up suing him and taking money from him, and he's going to jail for my copyrights, definitely from the door. And I was suing Wix for basically letting them touch my copyrights and not removing the website when they were supposed to, which means they breached their own contract, because I actually read through their entire freaking legal area, and it basically states that if any website user basically misuses anyone's copyrights or any material on their website that solely belongs to the user, that means that they have their site is in their site will be terminated on the spot, which they did not do. And I got multiple stacks of proof showing that his website is actually owned by Wix. Ha ha ha. There you go. There you go. There you go. I can literally retire off of that. I could retire off that easily. But nah, I like making screen paint without my job. So I'm gonna get myself a big old barn. A big barn. A big barn. Something pretty cool. Big barn and maybe 180 acres. I wanted 200. I think I'm gonna do 180. I'm feeling at 200. I'm feeling 180, especially if I can get something with a brook in there or something. I don't want a lake. I don't want anything that big. But I want something with some kind of brook or something, like something real nice, where I can basically study the hydroelectric energy, because I got flowing water going through. That's energy right there. Oh, I can build another shop right there. Or 2 shops. I'll put a shop over there, which should be pretty cool. And then I can have my drones flying around, which would be freaking awesome. So everybody was telling me you actually works on drones, so you can make them actually communicate with each other. I don't know, I'm a big fan about the AI software, but that stuff is actually pretty intelligent. But that stuff does freak me out. But anyway, so yeah, he said you can make them actually communicate with each other, have docking stations, charge, all that stuff. Anything I want. I can have the drones and a kind of a ultra black where they can't be seen. I can get them camouflage. I can get them armed. I can have basically no flashing indicators, which I don't want flashing indicators on all, but then be seen or if anyone can see them. And these things are designed that basically when these things scour an area, they can actually share information back and forth to each other. The cool thing about it is, if someone does happen to walk up on that property, the drones can actually group together to take out a target. Which means if you see one, there's more coming. So he's going to make these things super fast. Oh man, the security systems and all that. So I told you got niece who did one. She built one. She had a drone that popped out of the back of her car. Her truck. I was like, oh, what the frick is that? That's a drone. That's the drone, baby. The drone. Now, yes, sir. I want to put this together, but I want these pipes to be more pipey. They're more pipey, they're extra pipey. What time we got here? We got 6:33. All right, I'm over here looking at Barnes and stuff. Barnes and Noble. Oh, I remember Barnes and Noble. Barnes and Noble back in the day. Well, we can ice it up. We can ice it up in here to make it look better with an ice. With this right there. I like that right there. It's got the little pipe system. That's where the ice is coming to keep this is cool. For the ice cubes to come out from here to make it extra icy. Yeah. Carrying on and acting up, You're a grown man at the end of the day. You are a grown man. And you called an agency that takes care of our calls. So, of course, yeah, the security protocol, we contacted them, and they've been tracing and basically getting all this information. Not his number, but they've been tracing all the calls coming through. So that way we can have a nice little neat category of your calls only by themselves in this little section. So we can take that whole section and send it right over to where it needs to be at, which involves the FBI, because that's when we're filing the charge against. It's a cyber charge to get involved in it. You attacked my company. See, it's different when it's like it's a cyber charge, and it's just the same thing. It should be treated the same way, but it has a little bit more bite to it when you're talking about your attacking companies. This gets bad. Oh, we just make mistakes. And he thinks for some reason it's going to go away. No, nobody just started for you. Why do you think you kept calling in at the end of the day? Why would you just basically weren't paying any mind? We're just sending your stuff over. Everything was getting ready for court. And if you think you're behind hidden numbers at the end of the day, so let me get this straight. Your little brain told you at the end of the day that if you change your number multiple times, no one can catch you. That's what you told yourself, right? I want you to keep believing that. I want you to believe at the end of the day, because you contacted a company on a call service, and they know people who do this stuff. They kind of got security protocols for this, that you contacted on different numbers, and you feel those different numbers are going to hide your identity, right? You believe that. All right. Just want you to believe in that. You believe right now while you're sitting in your home, that you're safe, and that no one's going to find you at all. All right, no problem. Keep in mind, this FBI involved. And they can track people in third world countries. Now, I think they're not going to have a problem tracking you. And keep in mind, your voice is on there. You ever heard of voice recognition software? It's a very interesting form of software. But basically, you speak into your phone, and it basically tells it that's your voice, and then unlocks your phone. Well, there's another version of it too, that basically allows them to be able to scan and to get information on your voice vocal alone. You'd be surprised how many times you talk in front of cameras and they record your voice. Same thing like face recognition software. Same kind of technology. They take your face and they put out, then they match it. They find a match for it. Do the same thing with your voice. FBI is very interesting. I know people who work over there. Got a few friends that work in there. Trying to get me a jacket. I want an FBI jacket so bad. Their jackets are beasts. They're beautiful. I can't wear one because I don't work for them. And I wish I did. Their jackets are sick. But anyway, yeah, they'll figure out who you are. So they'll find you, and it's just a matter of time. That's all it is. And that's the scary thing about it. Time is scary when you're on the other side of it. The other side meaning that when they find you, bad things are going to happen. That's when time gets bad. So at any given time, you could be somewhere out with your family, out with your friends, anywhere. And some officers can come up and basically tell us a warrant for your arrest, or you have to go down for questioning. So how do you feel right now? I love it when you think the fake numbers are going to hide your identity. No. No. Don't ever believe that. Don't ever believe that a fake number is going to hide your identity. Don't do that. Never believe that, ever. Nope. Never, ever. That's the dumbest thing you can tell yourself. That you think hiding behind a fake number is going to hide your identity. Nope. I think I hear people say it all the time. Yeah, but I hide my identity. I'll make a new number. Nobody will find me. Oh, yeah, they'll find you. No problem. Look, their job in that particular department is to find people who commit crimes online. So they're not going to have a problem finding you. But better with you, what makes it interesting, we got you on voice recordings. Yeah. That's what I said, don't get comfortable. As you said before, you're going to be suing me for all this money, right? Why would you disappear now? Why would you leave if you're going to sue me for all this money, right? Where are you going? Thought you're going to sue me for $100,055,000, something weird dollars. That's a new claim, right? Okay. Well, you'll be seeing me soon. Man, I'm telling you, you can tell my product got to be a beast. You got people willing to go to jail over my product, willing to commit crimes and go to jail over my product. You can tell the amount of jealousy. We got to bring so many people to court. It's not even funny. I judge them like you again, like, yep, got another one. Got another one, and another one, and another one. Yeah, you know my stuff is good. When you got people committing crimes, you can't do the old-fashioned way, can you? Back it up. Make a product, display it, test it. You can't do that, can you? You always got to commit crimes. Good. I don't care. Go commit crimes. At the end of the day, I'm just going to basically take your freedom from you, throw you behind bars, and sue the living daylights out of you. That's what I'm going to do to you. That's all. Everything you worked for in life, everything you achieved in life, I'm going to take it from you. That's what you're doing to yourself. Be easy just to try to take that time out and basically make something positive. I like this. I like this right here. I think I'm going to go with this. Man, this tape worked out fantastic. I used this stuff before and actually insulated the garage. This is actually amazing. But it worked out pretty good for my whole smokestack here. Okay. I like it. What are we working on tomorrow? We already got to work on something. I might work a little bit on the tower over here, but I do want to show up the screen over here. I haven't showed up my screen in a while. I'm turn my projector on for a little bit. I ain't showing my screen. I'm so busy. And we got orders to get out. Oh, man. I like to be busy. I love it. I love it so much. I love it so much. I love being busy. I do. I love it. I love it so much. I get to be busy every day. Every day. Every day I get, there's always something new I gotta do. Pretty soon I have this whole wall over here done with the new technology. Oh no! I got the PlayStation. We're gonna be hooking up with the levitation on it. We're gonna do a whole. Oh man, that game is unbelievable. I'm freaking in love with it. It's all under the ocean. I'm fascinated by under the ocean. I am fascinated by it. I still can't figure out why we don't have cities under the ocean. Why we don't have them? Like, it's really not that hard to do. How is that hard to do? Oh, we don't have the materials. How do you not have the materials? How in the world can you go to a freaking aquarium, go to freaking SeaWorld, and you just see this massive giant whale freaking behind tons and tons of glass? What they got behind, right? Tons of glass, and you mean to tell me that the glass didn't shatter, giant well didn't pop out and crush a bunch of people. You mean to tell me that you have it up there sturdy and fine, but this whale, all this water with a whale in it, and you can't do the same concept underwater? You can use a heavy plexiglass. I'm pretty sure there's some kind of heavy plexiglass or something they're using because it's definitely shatterproof. So how come you can't do the same thing but vice versa? Except for putting the whale inside, put the people inside. And for people saying at the end of the day, well, how are you going to power it? It's simple. Hydroelectric energy. You have water literally wrapped all around you. There's nothing but energy around you. Water is energy. It's a very simple contraption to build. You're sucking water in from the ocean. Water's coming through a tube system. It falls into a tube system where you have a big open area where you have a turbine in there. Water's going to hit it, cause the turbine to spin, and the water's going to shoot up the opposite side, right back out into the ocean. Constant flow. Water from out of the ocean hits the turbine, spin it. You have to make sure there's an open area so it doesn't flood, so the turbine can spin. And the water can basically rush right back out. Constant flow system. You can power an entire city. Instead of basically you waiting for water drops from a waterfall, it's the same thing. It's just basically underwater. Same thing. It's very easy to do. I'm actually going to build one. I'm going to build me a makeshift system that allows to power a light bulb under a dome while it's underwater, with a system that flushes water back and forth. I'm going to build one. Very easy to do. The little turbine, these little kits on Amazon to build them. That's it. That's the same thing if you're basically, like the guy was talking about how he couldn't have a rushing waterfall because technically he didn't have a drop of 20 feet. It takes 20 feet to power a turbine. Not hard to do. If you have water that's flowing, you just have to figure out how to get the water to the 20 feet drop to get it to pour. So that's not hard to do. A pumping station or some kind of makeshift pumping station would do that from the door. But it would run independently without power because as long as you have a turbine spinning, that basically charges energy, and that energy allows the pumping station to be able to function by the water that's flowing through it, which is actually energy. Now, the pumping station is going to shoot this water right up. Now, if you're going to be making a waterfall, how would you make a waterfall? Would you make it wide? No, you wouldn't make it wide, because when the water comes out, now your energy is dispersing all over the place, and some of it's hitting the paddle and some it's not hitting the paddle. But if you make a funnel-like system with a high bank on it, so when the water hits it, it hits the top, it causes a bit of a cyclone system, and that cyclone system funnels the water down the tube, and it hits at a concentrated hit on top one of those paddles. It's going to push it much faster. Problem solved. That's it. Easy. That's all. He literally could have built that thing. But he didn't buy the land because of the whole theory that there was enough water to cause for the waterfall. Could have built it. You know, there's inventions of people who have powered entire laboratories off water. Just by rushing water. That's it. There's actually one. There's actually in a museum where the whole everything is powered by water. Literally by water. So same concept. You have energy coming down the stream, enough of it to be able to push a turbine. Turbine doesn't have to be massively huge to operate a pump. That same water, the same pump can pump that water right up. You just need it to drop from 20 feet in order to be able to make a solid hit to spin the turbine. That's what he needed. He didn't have the drop, but you can build a drop. But if you make the drop wide, it means your water is going here, here, and here. It's not concentrated at the pinpoint mark of where it's supposed to hit, which is the paddle. And you can actually cup the paddles. Instead of having them flat, you can slightly cup them on each side so the water basically hits. Instead of it going from here to here up the paddle, it's going to concentrate right in that little section, just like this. Very simple to do. And instead of having the water fall wide at the end, you have it in a circle. So the water comes in, you make the bank high, so the water comes in, it causes a funnel-like system. Concentrates the water into one big spout, and when it hits the turbine, the turbine's cupped a little bit, so the water has a better chance of basically being able to push the turbine. That's it. Problem solved. All your energy is sitting right there in front of you. Just have to figure a way how to get it to work. That's the kind of stuff I like to build and figure out. I like to figure out stuff like that. So yeah,
I can build something like that very easy and basically power an entire building with no problem whatsoever. Yes, because it's actually power. Water has power in it. You know that, right? You're basically energy. You know that, right? You drink water. That bottled water is energy. This is energy. You don't see it, you don't think it, but this is energy. And you drink energy. This powers entire cities easily. This water right here powers cities. Same water that shoots out of a dam powers an entire city. And you drink energy. Kind of mind blowing, isn't it? Yes, it is. They'll just get in your mind. Oh, no, they're not. But anyway, yeah, it's energy at the end of the day. I like my little pop here. I love it. I love it. This used to be a cardboard box. This used to be a cardboard box. That used to be a cardboard box. See what I mean at the end of the day? This is what I love about my mind. I see it. I see things differently. Some people, artists, people build, so even people work on cars, they see it differently. You may see an old junker of a beat up rusted vehicle. The guy can work on cars, see something different. He sees a beautiful vehicle right there. Like, no, man, it's beautiful. So what do you mean it's beautiful? I mean, it's rusted. It's no, you don't understand, man. You don't see what I see. It's actually beautiful because we see the world differently. Naysayers, you don't have that capability because you basically don't think outside the box. Therefore, your box is locked, and you're inside of it, and it's quite small. Feels kind of cramped in there, doesn't it? Just want to get out and stretch your legs and arms. Go, oh, it's like taking a long road trip. But anyway, you're locked in there because you can't see outside the box. Your imagination is broken. Can you get it to work? Oh, you can get it to work. You just refuse to. You just don't believe. Kind of remind me of the Twilight Zone, the color version called Kick the Can. You ever seen that one called Kick the Can? It's actually the color version. This guy pops up in an old folks home, has a lot of energy, a lot of charge, you know what I mean? And, you know, the people like him, you know what I mean? He's different. But some of them don't like him because they think it's a bunch of fooey at the end of the day, and old people are supposed to be old. We're not supposed to do this, we're not supposed to do that. And it's like, come on, man, you gotta live. Life is short, you gotta live. You gotta go out there and have fun and all this sort of stuff. So you're not really old, we're young at the end of the day. And they just couldn't see it. They just couldn't see it. It's called Kick the Can. And they couldn't see it. So back in the day, they had this game called Kick the Can. And he said, come on, we're going to go to late at night, we're going to kick the can. So every night, he would bring out the senior citizens, and they go kick the can and run around and kick the can and kick the can until something happened out there. The little girl looked down, and she wasn't old anymore. She was a little girl. She was the same age she was when she was kicking the can. And they all were kids. Every single one of them turned into kids somehow. This guy was different who came there. So he turned them all into kids. So they got a chance to relive their life all over again as little kids, running around all night long having fun. Oh, it was freaking hilarious. Because the one guy, he was married and the other guy wasn't. And he liked his wife. And his wife, you know, she was cute, just a kid. And he came to her and says, hey, I think I love you. Hey, Frankie, get away from my wife. Mind you, they're kids when he says that. So it's freaking hilarious. But yeah, they were kids. When they come back in, later on in the morning, they were back to being old again. So every night they went out and kicked the can and they became young. Until one night, they left. He took them. Not in a bad place. They went to a very good place. They went to a good place, a place where they can be young forever. And that's where he took them. But he came back and he saw the other two grumpy old men that were still old. And when they saw the little girl run past them and wave at them, they knew who she was. She was one of the people who worked there, one of the people who lived there. And they saw what he did to them, and they wanted to be a part of that. And God was like, you know what? Just a chance for you. You just have to go outside and just keep kicking the can. So that's what they did. They went out and they kicked the can every day, kicked the can. And then one day, they changed. Yep. You got to see it's beautiful on Twilight Zone. But your naysayers, you will never understand about kicking the can because you think it's foolish and stupid. Some people are literally trapped within their own mind at the end of the day. The sad thing about it is they're really trapped. They can't see outside the box. They're prisoners within their own body because they worry about what people think. You will always be trapped in there unless you get out of that whole naysay nonsense at the end of the day. See? Then you can build stuff like this. Build something cool. A little freezer box you put up there. See that? How cool that looks? It's awesome, doesn't it? That's our freezer box system. Yep. Got it finished, got it done. We're gonna get our ice cubes in there. So it look pretty cool. We're gonna put it inside of our box. And then I'm gonna be basically posting all my stuff on my website. And I got another site that I just joined for basically PC and console mods. Because I'm always interested about who's doing what with a console or anything. I really like everything at the end of the day. Now, do I think they can change and think outside the box? Anyone can change and think outside the box, but some people are prisoners within their own place and they just can't. They're just stuck there. Like when they sat there and said, oh, it's impossible, you can't do this. I know it's impossible, you can't do that, and your product can't do this, that, and the other. I broke every single record I said my product can do. Did I not? Even have sun killer technology sitting right there. That's designed to obliterate the screen just like that. Because we have it. That's what we do. That's why we back everything up. We record and document everything. You gotta be able to back it up. You can't just say it. You just back it up. That's how that works, you know? That's how that works. You gotta back it up. Like this screen right here. Basically, we did demonstrations against daylight screens. How much money was sitting on top of that screen? A lot. A lot of money was sitting on top of that screen. Oh, yeah. I told you, I don't like the whatchamacallit at all. I gotta change out that too. It is my online adapter. It keeps disconnecting, so I gotta start doing that. There we go. So I gotta get a new one on that, because that's an older one. Definitely get a new one. Ooh. Bet you we get a whole bunch of little one on stuff on here. Oh, we didn't? Oh, cool. Thanks, good. You see how beautiful that looks? That's the gamer technology. That's an Apex camera. On a $10 picture? How gorgeous that looks. Expensive machines, none of that. No, we don't need it. Not a worry. It's just like a TV. And the interesting thing about it is, if I'm in the dark, white and gray screen, even certified won't work on it. Next to it. If I'm in a partially lit environment, you still screens can't work on it next to this technology. And if I'm in a fully lit environment, you don't function there at all. So you can't work in the dark, you can't work in a partially lit environment next to our technology, and you can't work in a fully lit environment. Which I think I'm going to do that tomorrow. I'm going to do a lifestyle demonstration and show you that your screens don't function. We've done dozens of them, but since we see a lot of people in really dark environments and they're claiming that their product's actually working, we're going to come in there with you and show you your product is not working. Our technology is the only technology that works. And if you say I'm wrong about that, find me the screen. Or I'm matching better myself. That's all you got to do. You see ad tech sitting in a greenhouse producing an image outside at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. How are you going to compete with that technology? And when I showed you the Call of Duty or something, it's absolutely amazing. So why would I go out and spend full paper character as soon as I need it to it? Why do I want? I don't need it. You need it. I don't. So if a person makes a mistake and say, oh, you have to have it. I don't need full character. I have to have it. You need it. I don't need it. I have to spend that kind of money. Why would I be buying it? That sounds like a me problem. You would have to buy that, not me. Ministers are always saying, oh, you're going to have to flip it. You have unique depth character. We don't require
Not for all. Not for heaven. See that black label pull up? It's 100% thin gold. The daylight screen can't come in. A diamond can't come out of that technology. And as for the concept, I learned a lot about that screen. There was a little conversation I had with somebody over there. I learned a lot about that screen. Very expensive for a projector. You use on it requires a 3,000 projector. That's what a 5,000 projectors are. They're very expensive. You could even find one of them on eBay used. They're that expensive. With AdTech technology coming out, that's going to be the alternate projection screen. Because right now there's no screen you can do with AdTech anymore. So again, no. Downey doesn't have screen innovation has nothing for them. I mean, good technology, they do, but they have nothing for us. Once I'm set up in here, get my screens done, this wall done, this one done, this door done. I'll be ready to start bringing in some people to look at the screens we have already. People. Oh, people. Plant on this whole honey stick, you know, we not. Any other color plant on the honey stick? Sheesh. Yeah. Hey buddy, how you doing? What time do you treat? You got to go. Got much to do when we come back in? Cool. Power supply, we got a mono. We already got the motherboard. Yeah, this is that, small holes. This is where colors. Yes, we're using it for anywhere. Oh, you jump up on the list, huh? Oh, dear you. What are you doing? Weirdo. You weirdo. You never jump up on the left. Never. You never do. What's up with that? You're supposed to be a cat. You jump on the lap and go, what? You do that. You never do. Period. You just jump on the lap. I don't know why you're doing it. Not for them. Oh yeah, colors are absolutely gorgeous on this Apex game. Apex games are amazing colors. The screen really showed up in here the most because again it's hooked up to all the gaming PC. And again, I got a gaming contract coming up pretty soon. But basically I have all the lounges, every place down here that actually is anything. I'm not talking about multiple areas Whitehall, Bethlehem, all through this whole area. Not just that town, the whole street, everybody. Because again, they have a lot of good gaming knowledge down here, and this technology is going to be everywhere. How do you think we invested so much money in all these computers and all this stuff? Building the show piece for these things, this technology. And we're doing it. Those environments in there, they're not even well lit at all, period. They're pretty dark in those environments, but it's a game environment. This technology in the dark is cheaper for weed. Yeah. Got the got some parts all over the place. Yeah, I think about to watch lots of this. Yeah, it's really spectacular. I'm going to go and swing it myself. That technology will push the swing through. Right. I think there's a portrait mode easy. We should do a portrait mode setup if you want to do one thing. We got nice one, boom! Go to the power. Out of there. Oh, man, it took that from So how the colors flash, man, like that, because the game that they're designed to basically produce very, very high colors. It's like with the gamer technology. I had to do a lot of demonstrations on things. I'm going to get everything set up. PlayStation modification is very easy. It's very simple to do, so I'm going to get that one done. I'm going to get it started. Corner. Oh, this is cool. Yeah, that's so cool. Yeah. No, it's still there. Oh. Yeah, I'm sure the screen off the last couple of days. I'm kind of busy looking at some other stuff. But I've been working on that other new technology, working on the ad tech and the Flex coming out, so I'm trying to play with the big screen for a little bit. good. Give me a call somewhere. Oh, okay. All right. I can't wait for that game. It's called the Sandland, or what it's called. That game is freaking amazing.
Thursday night.
Alright, power supply, motherboard. Oh, my phone's dying. So guess what? I gotta go. The video demonstration. Thank you for your time. A long video demonstration. Thank you for your time. Gotta go, and God bless.